CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Ihr tretet mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the second competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The first CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the arm prosthesis race. Teams will have to complete the following 2 tasks both correctly and as quickly as possible. During the Carry Bottles Challenge, pilots have to place drinking bottles holding varying amounts of liquids into a soda crate. They then carry the crate to a table where they remove the bottles from the crate and place them on the table. The challenge is successfully completed as soon as all bottles are on the table and the competitor has crossed the finish line. In the Clean Sweep Challenge, pilots will find 4 different everyday objects in a box. They have to remove the items and position them on predefined spots on the table. The challenge is completed as soon as all items are in the correct position and the competitor has crossed the finish line. Pilots must use their prostheses to grab all blue items. Each pilot will have 2 attempts in 2 rounds. The better attempt will count. The rule for both challenges is that no object must fall to the ground. Competitors score 10 points for each correctly completed challenge. Whoever scores the most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race.
Hello and welcome to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023, live once again from the ETH of Zurich, a university founded in 1854 and one of the top universities in the world. Now, today, we have the best of the best from Europe, Scandinavia, North America and Asia. And as we have just been hearing, CYBATHLON Challenges is the stepping stone to the big event in October 2024 when we will celebrate and compete in our 3rd CYBATHLON since its inception in 2016. 15 teams from 11 nations, and we have 5 races to follow and an amazing team of technical expert analysts to guide you through all of today's competitions. Now, the ETH here in Zurich has hosted CYBATHLON since 2016, and the challenges are an opportunity to test and prepare for that main event next year. And as one of the top universities in the world, the ETH here in Zurich has an amazing alumni, including Albert Einstein, John van Neumann, to name but a few. But it's challenges that we're all about here today, and the first race of the 5 is literally just a few moments away, and I'm delighted to have joined myself, Nick Fellows, in the combox, Adrian Esser. Adrian, welcome to the 2nd edition of CYBATHLON Challenges. Atmosphere down below us in the competition hall is electric. We're going to start, of course, with the arm prosthesis race. You've been talking to the teams. You've been out there getting a little bit of last-minute info and detail. Just give us a little bit about how they're feeling, what the atmosphere is like, because from my perspective, they all seem pretty much ready to rumble and go for it big time.
As you said, Nick, the atmosphere is completely electric. We've had teams practicing right up until the last minute, asking questions. What do you think I could do to, give myself an edge in the race, and what strategy should I use in order to complete these challenges as quickly as possible? The teams are ready. They're ready to go. They're super excited. They're super eager. And I think today we're going to see some really, really amazing attempts at these challenges.
It's a fantastic opportunity for the teams themselves to test their technology, to test their own abilities in a competition zone, and perhaps most importantly for those pilots to get valuable experience operating the tech. Now, as we said earlier, there are 7 teams from all over Europe in this arm prostheses race. At some points throughout the day we'll be heading to China, Indonesia. Later on this afternoon we'll even be in Massachusetts in the United States of America. But these are the teams, some competing in their home hubs, others here in Zurich. Now, Bionics Labs will be first up. Then we'll have E-Opera, Carla Bionics, Arm2U, Smart Arm, X-Opera, and CYBAT from China. You're seeing the names of the pilots to the left of your screens. They will each start in the order that you see from the graphic, and then they'll take a second run. And Adrian, that's when the competitive element comes into play here, because if it goes well on the first run, you've got your banker. You can really push all of the challenge on the second. If it goes wrong on the first run, you have a chance to get it right.
Yes, so we're going to be able to see a full run of all 7 teams, and then again, as Nick said, we're going to see a second attempt, and you never know, maybe you pass the first challenge, maybe you fail it, then you'll have a second chance to redeem yourself, but it always ends up being very exciting and very exhilarating.
Now, you've got a burning desire to work in this arm prostheses division of CYBATHLON. It's something that's very, very close to your heart. A few words of wisdom for the teams before they go. What must be their focus to make the whole team and pilot gel to win the race today?
Well, focus on the task, focus on the prosthesis, focus on the control that you've trained, whether it's with postural changes of the body or whether it's with EMG sensors and muscular contraction. I would say yes. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at the teams. First up, we're going to head to Italy. First time competing, but a real professional outfit here. I cannot wait for Adrian to describe the technology that Bionic Labs have got, our Italian team today.
Bionic Labs, a medical engineering company, participates in the CYBATHLON at the Italy hub in Soleto. Their goal is to turn disabilities into new possibilities. 27 people are working on the Adam's Hand project. The company's prosthesis is the world's first fully adaptive bionic hand. Complex muscle contraction triggers are no longer needed. All patients have to do is open and close the prosthesis. Its fingers will then adjust their movement automatically to the shape and size of the object. The pilot of the team, Salvatore De Silis, lost his left forearm after a car accident. His passion is underwater fishing. Bionic Labs will be competing in the CYBATHLON for the first time.
So here we go with Salvatore. Here he is on screen. This is a truly bionic arm. This is an amazing piece of tech that Adrian is going to describe to us in detail. Now, Salvatore De Silis in his first ever competition environment to test that arm prosthesis. First of all, we've got the bottled water. There we go. Watch the clock, just to the left there. 25 seconds and counting on the clock. First of all is the bottled water, testing the grip of the arm and the connection between the normal limb and the prosthesis. Secondarily, they then move on to the clean sweep, and they move on immediately. Now, let's just count that clock down. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And CYBATHLON Challenges 2023 is underway. It is the arm prosthesis race, and it is Salvatore De Silis of the Italian team that is the first on challenge. Adrian, tell us about this arm because it truly looks bionic.
So I think we're seeing a really good strategy here because the prosthetic hand can automatically adapt to the shape of the object. It's very, very easy for Salvatore to simply maneuver his hand around the bottle, close the grip, and pull it up. And we saw that. Now he's pinching the top of the bottle, but before he was able to go from the side and grab the bottle from the side.
Now, if you're not mesmerised by the arm itself, keep your eye on the clock. We have a 4-minute ruling here, and if the light stays green, 10 points for completing each of the 2 challenges successfully. Looked a little nervous at the start, but now the operation of the arm, we can hear the motors working in there as well, Adrian.
Yep. So we can hear the motors that control the opening and closing of the grasps. That was very quickly done and very confidently done as well. He's now on to the second task and attempting to flip the objects over, but he has to be careful about the marble. This one will roll off the table if he's not watching it carefully.
And that's a clear switch of tactic for Salvatore there.
He's got it.
360-degree switch of the arm to make sure that marble first didn't fall off the table, and then he gripped it with that 360-degree maneuver.
And it's super fascinating, I find, to see prostheses maneuvered into positions and orientations that we couldn't do ourselves. It's almost an advantage in some senses.
Now, in the rehearsals, Adrian, the Lego brick proved very difficult. Why is it so tough to get this thing to connect?
This is specifically tricky because they have to push it on from the side. So rather than pushing down, they have to be able to maintain that grip and press sideways. And this has been hard for all teams so far, and we're going to see teams continue to struggle with this. It's probably the hardest challenge.
And this is what CYBATHLON is all about, testing the technology, the composure, the skill level of the pilot here. And you can clearly see for yourselves that Salvatore is just struggling a little to get this Lego brick to connect.
This is a very, very tricky task. He's going to try to pinch it from above and then push from the side. But it's always hard to... Oh, and he's got it. Yes.
He's there. He's home.
Hey,
but
he's
look
almost
at the clock.
done. Yep.
2:30, 2:35 on the clock. Remember, there is a 4-minute time ruling. Now the Italian
more
picks up the
subtasks to
pace.
do.
Credit card is in position.
Credit card's in, and now he's going for the key. This is the final item, and then he just has to cross the finish line.
Looking for the perfect 20-point score. Must not drop that key. Look how that arm prosthesis gets it. Now here we go. Key goes into the lock, and away goes Salvatore. Great work. 20 points. Perfect score, and a 2 minutes 58 second time. Wow! Bionics IT Labs, Bionics have really set a blistering early pace here for the rest of the world to beat, and in their first ever CYBATHLON competition. Well, after a slightly nervous start, the pace and tempo to the finale was absolutely brilliant. Tell us more, Adrian.
So this was a really, really good benchmark, and he's really set the bar quite high for the teams that are going to continue now. I think what we saw here was really the advantage of the adaptable grip. You can see how quickly he's able to recover from that bottle that slide out of the box, simply move his hand down, grab it, and replace it without having to think, without having to change the postural orientation of his arm. And he recovered from that slip really, really quickly. There was some struggle here with the Lego block, as we saw, but I think, as I said earlier, this is going to be a common thread between many of the teams that we see today.
Well, that was the one problem there for Salvatore, the Lego brick, and rest assured he will not be the first of the 7 teams in this competition to struggle. This is one of the toughest parts of the challenge. But I have to say, the pressure is off the Italians, Adrian. A brilliant time, B, the perfect score. What a way to debut CYBATHLON Challenges.
I think this is a great start, and yes, he set the bench pretty high.
He knows it's good. Doesn't he know it's good?
Look at that smile.
That takes so much pressure off his performance. Next up, we go to the Swedish team E-Opera.
Sweden's E-Opera team, representing the Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg, will compete in Zurich. pilot Magnus Niska on his prosthesis.
It feels like more like a part of me. So it's I don't feel handicapped.
His prosthesis is directly attached to the bone.
It's good when you're meeting some people from other places from the world, and I can show how good this system works.
Magnus is a very experienced pilot. He already competed in the 2016 CYBATHLON.
And here is Magnus Niska. Let's get straight. We've got 25 seconds, 24 counting on the clock before Magnus Niska and the E-Opera team try to beat the Italians that have set a blistering pace. I want to get straight into the heart of it here. This osseo-integration doesn't look that appealing. Cover it up with a shirt, nobody knows. The arm looks brilliant, but it is something very different to the first arm that we've seen in the opener of this competition, Adrian.
Yes, so Magnus's prosthetic device is actually fused to the humeral bone in his arm. In a surgical process, they drill into the bone, and then the bone over time grows over that anchor point. And it sounds very painful, but really actually you end up with a much more robust and stable connection to the skeleton of the body. And this allows him to really easily carry that crate, as you can see, with direct load transfer to the rest of his arm, which is something you don't get when your prosthetic is over the socket.
Fantastic description, yeah. Adrian, because it looks so easy. He is flying here. He's definitely got his first 10 points on the board. He's quicker than the Italians going into the second piece here. The marble is one of the most tricky. It also looks very human, the hand as well. Yep. Another thing that immediately jumps out at you when we focus on Niska's prosthesis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was very quick to pick up and stabilize that marble. It's looking really, really good so far. And Magnus has been practicing really hard, and that has shown, really. It's his confidence and his consistency is being demonstrated right now.
He's going to beat the Italians here if he can just get the key and the Lego piece, which he's very interestingly left till last. Third in 2016, second runner-up in the Challenges of 2022, our first edition of CYBATHLON Challenges. Now, this is the trickiest of all the pieces. He's got to get a good grip on that Lego brick. Watch the clock. He's going to go sub 2 minutes here. Look at the timing here. He's 1.18 seconds up on the Italians, who we thought would be unbeatable in this first
And that
round.
clock is on. And he's crossed. Wow.
147 from Magnus Niska, 20 points. I have to say, he was really struggling with that Lego brick in rehearsals yesterday. No problems at all today. And that is a spectacular performance from the E-Opera team of Sweden, going top of the table with a scintillating time. Magnus Niska with certainly one of the best performances he's ever put down in CYBATHLON. You can see how Magnus and the team are delighted. Talk us through the replay again, Adrian. This was fast, this was effective, this was skillful.
This was incredible to see, and such a big comeback from May 2022 when that marble dropped on the ground during that last challenge. This was a confident, inspired performance. You can see the way he's able to grip the devices and control the small objects was just very well practiced, very confident. The stability of the signal going into the prosthetic as well, I think, showed here. He had no issue with contractions and opening and closing.
And Adrian, we saw some really quite impressive 360 manoeuvres from the Italian arm, but wasn't needed for Magnus here.
Wasn't needed, yes. And you can see the reaction here.
Well, that is the team lead. Max Ortiz-Catalan, absolutely delighted, and so he should be. I thought he may struggle on the Lego. He'd left it till the last piece of the challenge. No worries whatsoever. And away he goes. That will really take some beating as E-Opera set the pace in this prosthetic arm race here at CYBATHLON Challenges 2023. Well, the competition rolls on with some very fast opening times. Next up, it's Carla Bionics.
Carla Bionics will compete in Badung, Indonesia. Passionate drummer Yayat Supriyatna, who had been the team's pilot last year, now acts as a consultant and coach. The new pilot is Dafa Ryan Afanzia. The Panagan prosthesis arm has been developed with affordability in mind to create a unique solution. A body-powered prosthesis, Panagan uses a Whippletree mechanism principle to create an intuitive gripping feature.
And here we are in Indonesia. The clock is already counting. Carla Bionics. And I have to say, Adrian, we've got just about 20 seconds before the get-go. I'm a big fan of this Whippletree mechanism and system that the Indonesians have developed. It's the most cost-effective of all of the prosthetic arms here. Give us a little bit more detail, but it is so clever.
So we're seeing here in today's challenges the only completely passive prosthetic arm, and every other team has a battery, they have a microcontroller, they have some sort of system that's running control and signal acquisition, and here we see a prosthesis that completely is controlled by the movement and relative position of the user's body, and this Whippletree mechanism, as was discussed, allows it to uniformly distribute forces throughout the entire linkages in the device, so coupling the elbow to the wrist.
And Adrian, it looks a little different to what I saw last year. It's been developed. What does that mean?
Yes, so now we see heat-formed polyvinyl chloride covers on the entire prosthesis, giving it a bionic look, and we also see two arms here, so he's actually controlling both the right and left at the same time with his shoulders.
Now let me just bring you up to date with the competition element here. Dafa Ryan has got a red graphic above the Carla Bionics, above his name as the pilot. That means that there was a penalty and no points have been scored for the first of the two challenges. But look at that Whippletree, used perfectly to take control and get the key into the lock. Now the Carla Bionics team just putting themselves under a little bit of pressure, having had a little mishap with the carrying of the bottles. Now here's the marble. This is one of the difficult one. I think the key to success here is to stop the marble moving or rolling on the table. Dafa Ryan now puts that one into position. And this is a much better second part of the challenge than the first. We'll look at the slow-mo and see where the errors were made in the bottle carrying challenge, but in this clean sweep challenge, credit card is into position and away he goes.
Great.
Perfect 10-point score for the second part of the challenge, but there you can see the bottle came out of the crate, it looks like. And going into third position, Carla Bionics, looking for a clean sweep, but it's such good news to see this system from Indonesia doing exceptionally well. Let's have a look where it went wrong, Adrian, in the slow-mo replay.
You can see right here, this is the heaviest bottle. He almost had it in, but unfortunately was resting it on the handle of the carton, and then released a little bit too early. But I think this is a very, very easy mistake to correct. Just move a little slower. Just make sure that that arm comes, over the open space instead of the handle, and I think they'll be able to knock this one out of the park.
Just 17 years of age, Adrian, the pilot. A little nervous maybe on that first of the two challenges.
The youngest pilot we've ever had in CYBATHLON, in a CYBATHLON challenge.
I love the way he... Well, great to be in Indonesia. Carla Bionics doing a good job. They'll be back for the second leg to try and get all of the points possible on the board. Let's move on to the next team. One of the big teams that we'll all be watching very carefully. It is Arm to You.
Spain's Arm to You team will compete in Zurich.
Hi, I'm Kyle Briggs. I'm the pilot for the UPC Arm to You team.
The team from Barcelona also competed in the 2022 CYBATHLON edition.
Really excited for CYBATHLON 2023. We have an awesome team. Everyone here is super talented.
Currently studying at the same university as us, and we are really happy to work with him because he's a really fast learner and makes the work of all the team really easy. MCU is divided in 3 departments: mechanics, electronics, and management. In order to make it affordable, we are currently 3D printing all the mechanical components of the device.
So here we go with the Spanish team. Arm to you. It's the Swedes Opera at the top of the table. This is Kyle Briggs, the American pilot. He's quite a tall pilot, and I'm interested to see if that is something that makes life just a little more tricky for these bottle carrying and crate opening challenge and task, and then onto the clean sweep. We're in the countdown. There's the green flag, go. Now here goes Kyle. Let's take a look first of all at his prosthetic arm, Adrian, and tell us a little bit more about how it actually works and how Kyle maneuvers things.
So this is a special device. It's a myoelectrical transradial prosthetic arm. So it is above the wrist but below the elbow. And I think one thing that's really unique and special about this device is they try to be open source in their design philosophy. So the brains of the device, the microcontroller, is an Arduino, and this is an open source electronics platform for development. And all the parts you can see in white are 3D printed. So this allows them to easily share their developments with other people within the team and also outside of the team.
Now, I'm not sure whether it's for luck, but Kyle has stepped out of the field of play and has picked up a red light. The only reason why I noticed it, he's got one white sock and one grey sock. But that grey sock clearly gave the referee there clear sight of a step out of the field of play, which is why Kyle has got a red light for the first challenge. Now let's go into the second here. And again, Adrian, just describe to us how, he's dropped the marble, how his prosthetic arm needs to deal with it. He's decided to leave it there for now, but he can go back to it and put it into position.
So he can control the opening and the closing of the gripper with contractions of the muscles at the stump that are measured by myoelectrical sensors. This can be tricky when you have a prosthetic arm that slides over the remainder of the upper arm. So we don't know, maybe there's an issue with the signal, with the command to open and close the gripper, but it could have been the reason for losing control of the marble back then.
Here he goes with the key. Watch the device carefully. See how the lower part goes up to the upper part of the grip to take hold of the key. He puts it into the lock. Now you can see one red line on our graphics above Kyle's name. That tells us that he's picked up a fault in the first challenge. And there's a blue line underneath the team name, Arm to You. That is the 4-minute counting line. So he's still well within the time allowed to complete these tasks. But what will have frustrated Kyle is that simple little error of stepping out of the field of play, which gave him the red. Nice, I have to say, very nice work with the brick. Now he goes back to the marble.
Don't rush, don't rush.
Good words of wisdom from the team, saying no rush, take your time. Oh no, it's again caught on the grip, maybe, Adrian.
Yeah, this is a really tricky one because there's only a small divot on the block that will hold the marble in place. So if there's any motion or any sideways movement as the prosthetic is being opened, it can easily knock that marble off its resting spot.
Third time lucky for Kyle Briggs to get that marble in position, and then his challenge is over.
And he's got it.
Goes for the line. He's within the 4 minutes, gets the 10-point score and a green for the second part of the challenge. But he'll be so frustrated, Adrian, with that little step out on the bottle carry challenge. Oh, you can see the disappointment. He'll be back for a second time, and he'll be looked to mix it up with the big names on that second attempt.
You know, it's frustrating, but he knows exactly what he has to do next time, and he had that task. He completely had it.
So here's the replay. He'd worked so well, very confident, smooth, and there you see him step out of the court, or what we would call the field of play, and the referee has no choice but to red flag. And he doesn't even know that he stepped out at that point. You can see the look of astonishment on Kyle's face. So disappointed. But what I like, Adrian, is the way he recomposed himself and completed.
Yeah, and now he has the confidence going into the second attempt that he will be able to complete both of those tasks.
Yeah, I think we've all had problems playing with marbles, but I love, again, the focus, the persistence, and he finally gets there, that marble into position.
Also did a good job of keeping it from rolling off the table.
Well, disappointment for Kyle. He'll be back again. We move on to the next team, which is Smart Arm.
The Paris hub in France is the CYBATHLON venue for Smart Arm. The Sorbonne research team specializes in arm prostheses for transhumeral, above-the-elbow amputees. This is Christophe Houchet, their pilot.
Bonjour, je suis Christophe, je suis le pilote de l'équipe Smart Arm.
Christophe Houchet is a former professional swimmer, and he was born with an agenesis of the right arm, including the elbow. He participated in the 2020 CYBATHLON and won last year's CYBATHLON Challenge. Sam is an arm prosthesis dedicated to the complex needs of transhumeral above-elbow amputees. People requiring an above-elbow prosthesis are dealing with the control of the hand and the complex control of at least 2 active joints.
So here we go with Smart Arm. This is Christophe Houchet. You see the pilot with the prosthesis there, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, counting down on the clock. These are the defending champions. A little bit of pressure here, a reputation to live up to, but believe you me, this man has a real competitive streak in his DNA. Christophe Houchet with the 4 bottles. They need to be loaded into the crate as quickly, as smoothly, as efficiently as possible. Then he needs to carry the crate to the table and then unload and put them back into position before heading to clean sweep. Adrian, again, a very interesting, different-looking prosthetic arm for the French challenger.
Now you can see how serious Christophe is here, and that focus is not only the competition, but it's also the fact that he has to control 3 degrees of freedom with the co-contractions of his arm. So he has an elbow degree of freedom, a wrist rotational degree of freedom, and then finally a gripping degree of freedom to open and close the hand. And this is very complex to be able to control 3 motors with the arm.
Time is good. I like the way that you can see that he's an experienced pilot. He's confident, his position. His hub, of course, is at the Sorbonne University in Paris. 1.09 seconds on the clock. These are the defending champions, remember. This is the 4th bottle, the lightest of them all, but still needs an intricate approach.
Christophe is moving very methodically, but slow. I think he's going to be behind the previous teams.
And I think that's the tactic here, Adrian. I think that Christophe wants to get a good, solid performance in the bank, as they say in so many sports, and then really push for that second leg. Now, what does he go for first here? He's already gone past the Swedish leaders of 1 minute 47. Bionic Labs, 2 minutes 58 will be the next target for the French team here. Goes with the marble first and gets that into position. This is good speed. This is good pace. He's around about 0.2 of a second off the pace of the leaders. He's making the most difficult go first. No, he switches, changes tactic. There he puts the credit card into position. Now he's going to put the key into position, which, of course, both need to be put into the lock. And the credit card could be in a bank, could be in a cash machine, could be used in many different ways in everyday use.
So
Italians are watching on carefully here. Now, let's watch carefully here. How does he work the arm to get that Lego brick connected? Stuck on the grip.
It's stuck on the finger.
Well done, Christoph. I like the way he keeps his calm and cool here. Now he's just got 2 pieces to go. The key needs to go into a lock. You can imagine how that would be effective and how that would be used in everyday life. Opening the door, opening a box. That's really quickly from Christoph. He's finishing. The French team from the Sorbonne University of Paris are now looking good to try and take 3rd position here. Credit card in position. Now he looks to stop the clock. 3 minutes 13. 20 points on the board. 2 perfect challenges for Christophe Houchet. 3.13. And the Smart Arm team from France go into 3rd position. I'm not sure Christoph looks too happy with that, but...
it's one in the bank. It's one in the bank. And
it's one in the bank. That's the term that they often use. And the times between each of the top 3 teams are so close indeed. Again, talk us through your thoughts on the performance of this prosthetic arm, Adrian.
Yes, I think we saw a very, very good performance from Christoph here. It's clear that he had very good control over the device, and it's also quite apparent that he was moving methodically and slowly. But I think we saw a very robust control of the device today.
Not the first, definitely won't be the last to struggle just a little bit with the Lego brick, but this time it got caught in the grip.
Actually, you can see that the block is stuck on the outside of the finger. He's actually not holding it here.
Yeah.
They use some sticky surfaces to help with grip of small light objects. Very much similar in the way that you might lick your finger to pick up a paperclip or a coin.
Well, maybe it didn't work to the advantage that they were hoping for. There was no question the key and the credit card were relatively straightforward. And good performance from Christoph Houchet. So we're going to switch back here to Zurich. Next up, it's the second of the Swedish teams and Ex-Opera.
Ex-Opera will compete in Zurich. They are one of 2 Swedish teams sent by Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg.
My name is Tony, and I'm ex-opera from Sweden. Before I have a socket prosthesis, and the control with this is so much better, and the movement is better and everything.
It will be the 3rd CYBATHLON appearance for pilot Tony Forsberg. He's particularly excited about
to meet my team again and go to Schweiz, Zurich, beautiful country. To show the rest of the world what my team can do. My team take care of me and help me if I have some issue, and I want to win.
Well, Tony Forsberg in the second of the Ex-Opera teams. E-Opera, Ex-Opera, remember, from Sweden. Another experienced pilot and another gentleman that just loves the challenge. There's 10 seconds on the clock. There's the E-Opera team currently lying at the top of the table. Great shot there of Magnus Niska, but this is Tony Forsberg. And away he goes, green for go. Now here, 4 bottles, remember, into the crate, move the crate to the table, and away he goes. And again, it is another one of those osseo-integrated prosthetic arms, Adrian.
Yep, so we're seeing here the same medical process in order to fuse and mount the prosthesis onto the arm, but a different gripper here. So whereas...
and that wasn't part of the plan. He dropped the crate, but fortunately,
that was within...
it didn't turn over, and then the bottles were thrown out.
Yes, and also the crate cannot be put down behind the front legs of the table. So luckily that fell onto the ground just in front.
Now, Adrian, it's a slightly different grip on this prosthetic arm than the E-Opera team prosthetic arm. Tell us more.
Yeah, so this is using a pincher gripper at the end rather than an anthropometric hand, which in principle can do very similar things, but it's a little bit harder to have that natural over the hand, over the object kind of power grasp. So you can see here his strategy is more reaching for the lid and the top, and not as much going around the side of the bottle.
And he's losing time here, valuable time here. It's not as smooth, it's not flowing like it did from his compatriot Magnus Nischke, who's still at the top of the table for E-Opera, the second team, ex-Opera with Tony Forsberg, making sure that he completes the task. But this is not the speed that he was hoping for, Adrian.
It's not the speed that he was hoping for, but he still has the consistency. We saw a close call with the dropping of the box, but so far nothing to result in a task fail.
Now this is something that we see quite regularly. They take the marble out first before they flip the box with the other three pieces in there.
Yeah, and you can see how annoying that marble is rolling around.
I wonder if he has nightmares about that marble rolling here, there and everywhere, but he's got it under control. And I like the fact that Tony Forsberg is keeping his calm, keeping his cool here. He's under a fair bit of pressure with that marble.
Yep.
Oh, and it's gone!
And it's gone off the table.
Oh! The marble gets the better of the ex-Opera first performance of the two. What a disappointment for Tony. He got it, he lost it, he came back again. Frustrating. But he has a second leg, and that is the key here. And I think he lost a little bit of his confidence, flow, momentum, while struggling with the crate with the bottles. Here's the replay, Adrian. Tell us more. Your thoughts. Ooh.
Yeah, so that looks like a case where he lost control a bit of the prosthesis as he was carrying the object, and oftentimes to maintain a closed grip requires a contraction of the muscles, right? So he has to be maneuvering that object while cognitively keeping those muscles tense to keep the gripper closed, and it just looks like he relaxed a bit too early as he was placing the crate down.
I thought he'd got that marble under control, but the marble had a different plan. Well, Tony Forsberg will be back for more in his second leg. It's time for us to move on to the seventh and final team. Head over to China and hear from Team CYBATH.
Team CYBATH will compete in the Suzhou hub in China. The members of the team work in the areas of materials science and robotics, and they concentrate on prosthetic hand design, myoelectric control, and electronic skin. The team's pilot, Min Zhu, lost her right hand in an accident at the age of 20. She is competing in the CYBATHLON for her own sake and to help others. The device is a hybrid-controlled arm prosthesis that combines the precision of a body's own source of strength with a motor power source. Team CYBATH will make their CYBATHLON debut this year.
And here is Team CYBATH in Suzhou in China. 30 seconds is on the board. We've got a little bit of a wait here, which gives us a chance to get some more information from Adrian Esser, our technical expert here. Min Zhu seems to have two devices. Obviously, we can clearly see the prosthetic arm, but also something on the left hand as well. Tell us more, Adrian.
So the CYBATH arm is a hybrid control prosthesis, and this combines motor power with body power. So the opening and closing of the gripper is body powered, and it's actually not too dissimilar to what we saw with the Carla Bionics team. The wrist, on the other hand, is controlled by an electronic motor, and the input for where that motor should turn is given by the left hand. And you can see that little box that looks like a smartwatch sitting right on top of the back of her hand. And on that she has a flex sensor, and this is a sensor that can detect the position of the finger in space and send that as an input to the motor to tell it how much to turn.
Now, just to let you know, we're going to have to reset the start time. There's a few technical issues with the app in China, but it shouldn't be too long before we see our seventh and final team. That's our current leader, of course, with Nischke, the pilot, Magnus Nischke for the E-Opera team at the top of the table, heading into the halfway point. The seventh and final team are ready to go, Adrian. It's their first time in this sort of competition environment, even though they're at their home hub in China. Little bit of nerves. It's a young team, it's a talented team, but the prosthetic arm, again, is more about making it cost-effective to develop rather than making it something out of a sci-fi movie but costing millions of dollars.
Yeah, so we've seen a very wide range of technologies today, some being very cost efficient and some others being, much more developed. And this is always a trade-off that you have to consider, because the more expensive you make your design, then the harder it is to eventually reach the target populations and the end users.
Current leaders, the E-Opera team, waiting, watching patiently. This is a brand new team from China, so we don't have too much intel, i.e. previous stats, previous performances, as CYBATH are just on a slight technical hold as they are resetting. And I think that we will wait for China, and so whilst we're waiting for the Chinese to reset the app and get ready for their competition, we'll take a quick break. But don't go too far away. E-Opera are our leaders, and a brand new team from China will be up next to challenge after these quick messages.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach die Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und um mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023, live from the ETH here in Zurich, one of the most renowned world's universities. We've just about completed the first of the 2 runs in the prosthetic arm race, but we're waiting to see if we can get CYBATH, the Chinese team, up and running, who are suffering from just a few technical issues. But those gremlins, we're told, will be resolved very quickly. So let's quickly bring you up to date on the 6 performances so far and the standings and the results. If we need to start the second leg, we will, and then go back to China to catch up. It's E-Opera at the top of the table with a 20-point perfect score and the best time on the board, their pilot Magnus Niska. Then the new team, Bionic Labs from Italy, and their pilot Salvatore De Silis in second spot. Christophe Uche, who won this race in 2022, is in third position, and then we see Carla Bionics in fourth. So we're going into the second round now whilst we try and work out the technical issues in China. And Bionic Labs from Italy got off to a brilliant start. They've got their banker behind them ready. They can really push it now. This is their home hub in Italy. And their pilot is Salvatore De Silis, the Bionics laboratory team. Like I say, making their debut to the CYBATHLON series here today, and they looked impressive. Perhaps more importantly, Adrian, that prosthetic arm looked really impressive. Tell us a little more.
Yeah, so again, we're seeing a similar strategy here, grabbing the sides of the bottles. This device here is the only IP67 rated prosthesis, which means it can actually withstand submersion in water for short periods of time.
And again, that is something that we would have never dreamed of, being able to go swimming with your prosthetic arm is something I find remarkable. Something equally as remarkable is this is Salvatore trying to pick up the pace and find a little bit more speed.
He has to push here a little bit. There's a minute and 11 seconds behind him in the first place team, and only one place up to go.
Now, what impressed me so much with this prosthetic arm in the first leg is its ability, the hand and fingers, to turn 360 degrees to get the grip necessary in this clean sweep round. Flips that box very quickly to keep the marble within it rather than opting to take the marble out first. There's another classic example that moves it in a direction that, of course, our normal hand has no chance.
Yep. We've seen Christoph use this technique as well. It never ceases to fascinate me. He's making very, very good time here, actually.
Now, the Lego brick has been a real head-scratcher for many. It's been frustrating for others. We're watching the clock carefully here. There's the target time, 1:47. I don't think the Italians are going to take top position here. Again, look, he's struggling to get that Lego brick to connect with the block.
It's a very tricky task, and I wonder if it would help to have his body in front, but he's got it on the second try. This was much quicker than the first one.
Credit card. Into position. Look how quick he is with these last two pieces. It looks like he's left the key till last of all. And brings it to the edge of the table to allow him to get a clean grip, and away he goes.
This is a big improvement.
Improvement in time, and another rock-solid performance. 2.16 seconds. Got to be delighted with that. Bionic Labs making their debut at CYBATHLON here for 2023. 2 perfect runs and improving from run to run 2. Really is just great news, not only for the pilot, but for the whole team in the development of this prosthetic arm.
He really closed the gap behind Magnus and increased the gap for Christoph, if Christoph wants to snag a second place position.
It's a great piece of technology, and a piece of technology that is close to the heart of Salvatore. He loves the sea, he loves the ocean, and they've made it waterproof, which is the first of its kind in the world. But in day-to-day tasks, which we're seeing in slow-mo right now, it is a very effective piece of assistant technology.
I think we also saw how easily the hand could adapt to different grips. So you can see in one moment he's doing a pinch between the thumb and the forefinger, and now it's between the thumb and 2 fingers, and he can immediately switch to a side grip without any extra cognitive load. The hand just takes care of all the thinking for him.
This was an impressive, but look how, again, the adaptability, the flexibility to get angles, and what I like about the way he works with these last 4 pieces of the challenge, Adrian, is it's quicker than you'd probably ever need in day-to-day life activities.
I mean, in the end of the day, this is also a challenge and a competition, so we're creating a time pressure to see these results as quickly as possible.
So Bionic Labs have had their 2 performances and stay second in the standings. So, 2 great performances. This team has to be absolutely delighted. I'm hearing that we are now able to go back to China and take a close look at the CYBATH team here. So here we go in Suzhou. The app is up and running. Watch the scoreboard to the right of your screens. 23 seconds and counting down. Minju is the pilot here, and as we spotted before we had that slight hold in the competition, there are two key pieces of equipment to this prosthetic arm. Tell us a little bit more about that piece of apparatus that looks like a very big watch on the left hand.
So again, let's watch the left hand and see if we can see the coupling of the opening and closing of the finger to the rotation of the wrist. Right now, for this first task especially, it's not as much required because this challenges more gross motions of the arm.
This is fast.
This is fast.
Really good.
This is really fast.
Not to confuse you, this is still the first run of the CYBATH team here. They've started a little later. Ooh,
but this is very quick. This is very quick.
And it looks like we're around about 35 seconds with the first of the two tasks completed.
38 seconds in.
And here we go. This could be a threat to E-Opera. Now, she decides to go for the marble in the box before flipping it to take the others. Magnus Niska, current leader for E-Opera. You see him watching on the left of your screens, or is he watching? Can he barely watch? Because the clock is very fast indeed here.
This is close. This is very, very close. And she's done one of the hardest two tasks, in my opinion at least, between the marble and the Lego block.
Slightly different gripper on this prosthetic arm, Adrian.
Yep, so we're seeing again more of a pinch grip. This card has to be fully inserted to pass the task.
That's the first little stumble here for Minju. Ooh. And trying, and Nishka on the left there. He agrees with me. The first small error, and now the clock starts going against the Chinese team. It's the blue line underneath. Remember, you can take up to 4 minutes, but the winner will be decided under 2 here. Oh, she's gone past the target time of 1:47. But so far, so good. Again, this is a brand new team, remember, from China. And the CYBATH team leave the most difficult piece to last of all.
If they can finish this within 15 seconds, they will also snag a second place finish.
And there we go. Great performance. 2 minutes 09. And the Chinese team CYBATH with their pilot Minzu go into second position. Just over 0.2 of a second behind Magnus Niska and E-Opera. That is a great start, and surely they have the ability to threaten the Swedish team on the second leg. Again, a little more detail, Adrian, from you on how that grip and prosthetic arm is working, particularly with the other hand as well. Does she need to move the fingers to activate?
She needs to move the finger to activate the wrist of the device. So there's a flex sensor that runs over the ring finger on the left hand. You can see right at the end there's a cap that holds the flex sensor in place, and this detects the position of her finger and allows her to adjust the rotation of her wrist. It's an interesting design choice. One issue, or a common issue with prosthetic devices, is when they require compensatory or additional body motions.
Well done to Minju and the CYBATH team. That is a brilliant first performance, and they still have a second leg to go. Let's get back to the field of play here in Zurich and go to the second leg performance of our current leaders. That is E-Opera of Sweden. Now here we go with Magnus Niska. Absolutely brilliant. So fast, but so calm and controlled on his first run. And if he can improve on that time of 1 minute 47, then it will be something very special indeed.
We saw Magnus smiling as Minshu finished her first task, but to be honest, it was very close, and she has another chance to catch up here.
So the current leaders are up against the clock more than anything else here right now. 4 bottles need to be placed into the crate. Each and every one of those 4 bottles is of a different weight. And again, look at this. There's a little bit more urgency he's going to take a risk or two here, no question. Magnus Niska is looking to beat that time, and the error starts to creep in to Magnus Niska's performance as he looks for more speed against the clock.
Yep, he rushed there, he pushed a little quick, but thankfully that the bottles are allowed to fall on the side as long as they stay on the table. So he's able to correct and continue.
And it's a fantastic prosthetic arm that Magnus demonstrates. Really looks like a normal arm from the wrist down, Adrian. Is that a special covering, a special that makes it look like the skin?
Yes, it's actually just a silicone sleeve that goes over the electronics, and the users of the prostheses can have them customized. So some people opt to have a more natural skin tone, while others might want a bright fluorescent pink color. It's totally up to them.
Well, it looks like that first run performance was the perfect performance, but here we go. He's going for it, there's no question. He knows,
close.
Because look at this speed here. The way he picked up that credit card was quite remarkable. Again, look at the key to the edge of the table to get the right grip on it, because he needs to put it in the lock. 6 seconds to beat his own time of 1:47. Key is in the lock. Magnus Niska now goes for the marble. He's not going to beat the first run performance. That has already passed by. But it's another brilliant performance again from the E-Opera team. Marble is there. Is the marble there? And he's there. Look at that. Another sub-2 minute performance from Magnus Niska and the E-Opera team. Exceptional. 2 perfect performances. And 2 legs, both under 2 minutes in time. Not quite as slick and as quick with the bottles in this second leg, Adrian.
But the consistency here was incredible to see. I mean, this was one small slip up. He recovered very, very quickly and then managed to move all the remaining 3 bottles without any errors. I think these back-to-back consecutive 2-minute runs really, really show how robust his control of the prosthesis is.
And to the naked eye, the way that it's inserted into the bone makes you wonder if there's any pain for Magnus, but he was telling you himself, none at all.
There's actually no pain. So once the prosthesis is inserted into the bone, it grows and fuses around the screw, and there's no pain because there's also no contact with any sensory tissue.
Let's move on with E-Opera still firmly in top position. We're going to head over to Indonesia and Carla Bionics in Bandung at the Institute of Technology Bandung. They're already flowing here, 22 seconds. Now, another very different setup. You described it on the first. Give us a little more detail on this second leg.
So again, remembering this is a completely passive prosthetic arm. It's controlled by motion and contractions of the shoulder, and the tension that it creates in the Whippletree mechanism allows him to open and close the wrist, along with coupling the flexion of the elbow to the flexion of the wrist.
Now, this new pilot, Dafa Ryan Aldiansa, is under a little bit of pressure here because this team were 3rd in CYBATHLON Challenges 2022. The main aim of this Whippletree mechanism is to make it as cost-effective as possible, with a view to it being used by other orthopedics. And apologies for not commentating at full race pace there, but can you hear the drumming in the background? It's always there. It's part of their game plan. It's part of their motivation. And it's from their former pilot, who's now part of the team, Yayat Supriyatna. This is the new pilot for this team for 2023. Watching the clock, 1 minute 20 just about on the clock. He's got the 2 heaviest bottles out of the crate.
You can also see the difference in design of the two end effectors. So on the right hand, there's more of a gripper pincer that is allowing him to grab underneath the neck of the bottle, and on the left hand, it's a flat pincer.
Now 1:45 on the timing. A green light and a 10-point score for the first of the two challenges. Interesting here that Riener has gone for the Lego brick for the first of the 4 pieces to complete the second challenge now.
And we're hoping to see both challenges completed in this run.
And it's he's had to put that brick down to get it into a better position to make the attachment, but time slips away.
This looks good. This looks good.
There's a good correction there, and another beautiful demonstration with some close-up camera work, exactly how the prosthetic arm works in something that is very technical, very small and difficult to work with. And again, here's the key going into the lock, something that you can clearly imagine is an everyday part of an amputee's life. That's good as well.
And Ryan is actually the only competitor today with 2 prosthetic arms.
Fighting for 3rd position here, or 4th spot. This young lad has done very well. Make sure that marble is in position.
And it's just the card.
And it's the credit card to close it out. Loaded into the machine. And the challenge is over.
45 seconds.
4 minutes is the total. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Credit card is in position, very smooth. And that is another good performance from Carla Bionics. Look what it means to the team. These are great pictures. Just 17 years of age and his first taste of major international CYBATHLON competition. And Carla Bionics go into 5th position with their 2nd run performance.
And successfully completing both challenges. You can see the excitement.
Well, of course, this is the road to CYBATHLON 2024, and the challenges have really worked well for this team. They've tested their technology and really got their brand new pilot ready for the big event next October. And I like the way he's got the option of being able to use 2 prosthetic arms with different grips fitted to each of the arms.
Exactly. They have the option to customize and specialize 2 different grippers depending on the objects that they're going to see during the challenges. So it's always a trade-off. If you have that remaining healthy hand, you can initiate postural changes of the prosthetic, but here they essentially have an option for 2 completely different plans of attack depending on the objects that they meet on the racetrack.
Oh, I love these pictures. A very happy team in Indonesia. Well, from Carla Bionics, we move on to the Spanish team, on to you with their 2nd leg performance. Now, the Arm to You team have come to Zurich with just 10 seconds on the clock before Kyle Briggs begins his 2nd run and 2nd leg performance here.
2, 1, go!
Now, if you were with us on the 1st run, you just got to watch that rear foot, but I think it's the black line that is the one where he'll pick up a... Again.
It's too much.
The pilot is not allowed to leave the task area once they've entered.
And that's a huge disappointment for Kyle. I thought he got his lucky grey sock on, but it's been his giveaway in both the 1st and the 2nd legs, because we can clearly see that foot step outside of the challenge area. He's also lost a little bit of his focus and his concentration here. And that was really tough. I think it had all gone with Kyle. He actually stepped out of the competition area right before he started the challenge. And then it happened for a second time. I think the referee allowed it to go in the first. The second time that he clearly stepped out of that marked area. And that area is clearly marked. Our referee had no choice but to raise the red flag and stop that challenge. He's got his leg out here already, and I think the referee was happy to let that go because it was right at the start. But then again, so a third time that he'd stepped out of the challenge area, and our ref had no choice but to red light. And here we see Kyle's lost the concentration and the focus, and what a disappointment for the arm to you team.
It's a real mental challenge, and to be hit with a task fail within 5 seconds of starting and then have to pick up, regain composure, and then continue on to the next one. It's difficult.
Now we move on to the Sorbonne University in Paris, where Smart Arm are ready and waiting for their second leg. 30 seconds on the screen there and counting down before Christophe Houchet, the French pilot. Now, remember, they won the CYBATHLON Challenge in 2022. I was a little surprised to see him out of the top three after the first leg performance. So this will be Christophe looking to really raise his game. Sub 2 minutes, the target time for the French pilot. Away we go. Just a slight adjustment of the crate. Interesting to note that he goes with the heavy bottle. Again, remind us of the tech of this prosthetic arm from the French performer.
So again, right now, Christophe is using contractions in the stump of his arm to control the opening and closing of the fingers in the prosthetic. And he has to be able to coordinate this with the big postural changes of his arm in space as well. And this can be a very tricky thing to do, especially when you're carrying 1.5 kilogram bottle pinched between your fingertips.
Absolutely. Now here we go. Little smoother, maybe a little bit quicker. We'll watch the clock very carefully. The one person who's got time on his mind is Christophe Houchet, determined to try and at least get into the top three in a podium performance here. But a competitive swimmer and a man who takes his competition very seriously. It's good work here. I like the way that we're seeing the adjustment from the left hand to the right, which is adjusting the grip and the rotation.
So a very good pace from Christophe right now.
Now remember, sub 2 minutes is the target time for the defending CYBATHLON Challenge champions. Just waits for a split second to make sure that that marble isn't rolling before taking the lid off the box. There are 4 pieces in there: a piece of Lego, a marble, a credit card, and a key.
Christophe is going first for the marble. And let's see if they have the same problem with the Lego brick. I'm very, very curious.
And what's working away inside that prosthetic arm right now, Adrian?
So there's so much that has to happen. First, you have to acquire the signal. And because this is a prosthesis that's mounted on the skin of the stump, you need a special myoelectric sensor that can detect the contraction of the muscles. You need to amplify that signal, and then you need to actually make it usable for control. So this has to feed into the brains of the device and tell the motor to open and close with not too much, but also not too little force.
I think Christophe's found a good pace here right now. He's picked up the tempo. He's got the credit card just to go. He's gone over his target of sub 2 minutes, but still looking to improve on his first leg performance. That credit card just about gets into place. Frenchman goes for the line. 2 minutes 36. That is a great performance from Christophe Houchet. And into 4th position for the French team. Great support from all of those involved. And a very fast finish indeed. So Christophe Houchet and the RTU team go into 4th position. The lights flashing, is that telling Christoph anything, or just the actual working components of the prosthetic arm itself?
So the lights on the wrist are an interface for him to see the state of the prosthesis, right? So he can control the elbow up and down, he can control the wrist, and he can control the open and closing, and it gives Christoph the visual feedback to know how the device is responding to the input that he gives from the arm.
Well, from the Sorbonne University of Paris, we now come back to the ETH of Zurich here for the second of the Swedish teams, ex-opera. Now, it's E-opera, the first of the Swedish teams that are in top position. But this is Tony Forsberg, the pilot. But again, it's this osseointegration that is the central focus to the prosthetic arm of these two Swedish teams. We've got 10 seconds and counting on the clock. Tony Forsberg looking very calm and casual there. Here we go. There's the green flag to say the challenge has begun. 4 bottles, remember, into the crate that needs to be carried to the table, and then all 4 bottles taken out of the crate and put back in. Slightly different gripper, but the same fitting to the arm as the E-opera team, Adrian.
Yep, and we can also see his approach has changed a bit, so he's not holding the bottles directly over the top, but coming in at a bit of an angle to stabilize on the caps.
Well, Max Catalan is team lead for both of the opera teams, and just a slight pause there as he makes the adjustment on the grip to take the bottles out of the crate.
I think he was also making sure that he had good control over the opening and closing of the gripper. Also, last race, we saw an accident where he dropped the crate, and he's regained his composure and he's moving very deliberately now.
Oh! They call that the curse of the commentator, Adrian.
Yes.
It can often happen just as you're talking about it. You can see that Tony's an experienced performer, because as soon as he knows that he's got the red flag and no points at all for the first of the 2 challenges, he moves immediately on to the second part and the clean sweep, as we call it. It's got that Lego brick with a good grip.
And you can see how he's pushing from the front now. So he gets it in the first try.
He's only half turned the box. It may prove difficult to get a grip on the marble. Yeah, the quality of competition in this prosthetic arm race is incredibly high. There is no room for error. You know, one mistake and it's game over from a competition perspective. And this is the whole ideal and aim of CYBATHLON, is to take these new technologies but take them into a competition zone to test them, to improve, and then of course to prepare them for potential everyday use. Now I'm intrigued to see how he's going to take that marble out of the blue box.
Yeah,
he does it with ease. Great tactic. It's a bit of a shame for Tony that one of the bottles was dropped off the table.
He's got it.
His clean sweep performance most impressive.
Over.
Well done, Tony Forsberg, ex-opera. 10 points on the board, and into 6th position in the standings, with E-opera still leading with Magnus Nischke. Great applause for Tony Forsberg of the ex-opera team. Talk us through the error here. The gripper or the actual arm itself, would you say, Adrian?
Let's take a close look. Yes, again, actually, it looks like it slipped right out of the gripper, and this might have just been a case of either not enough force being applied or not choking up low enough on the bottle cap, because it looked like there was actually some space there.
It's a shame for Forsberg. So efficient on that second part of the challenge. We go to the last team of the day, and let's go to China once again with their CYBAT team. So the Chinese team, the last race of this arm prosthetic competition here today, and the last team that can potentially stop Magnus, Niska and the E-Opera team taking victory here to go. There is Magnus and his team watching on. Now, it's interesting to note that the Chinese team were just over 0.2 of a second behind our current leaders, ex-Opera. This will go right to the wire. 3, 2, 1, and away we go. The green flag goes down. The clock starts ticking. Remember, it's got to be sub 2 minutes. And again, the pilot from the Chinese team, Pfreundschuh, makes it look so easily. But she's got control of that prosthetic arm almost to perfection. A little bit more speed as well, a little more urgency to the performance.
That's good.
A bottle wobbles just a little, but she's still on track to take the lead from E-Opera here. This will go very close indeed.
This is going to be down to the line. She cannot make a single mistake. But Magnus is not out of the water yet. This still could go either way.
Now the prosthetic arm is working very effectively. It's a different device, a different mechanism. She chooses the marble first, very easily into place. Keep your eye on that clock. Keep your eye on the performance of the pilot here, Pfreundschuh from China. She's at 1 minute on the board. She needs to go under 1:47 to take this away from E-Opera. Credit card, smoothly, quickly, into position. This is going to be very, very close indeed. The key, and she leaves the most difficult, many say, the Lego brick last of all. 34 seconds ahead of E-Opera, our current leaders. Now she needs to get a very quick and effective grip on that Lego brick. 25 seconds still ahead, the Chinese team, but there's the first mistake, the first error, and that could be the difference between first and second position. Pfreundschuh tries to grip the Lego again for a second time of asking. And she's got it, but she's only got 8 seconds advantage, 7 seconds advantage, 5, 4, the brick is not connected.
It's on, she's over!
China have won with 2 seconds.
2 seconds on the clock.
It's remarkable. 1 minute 45 is the winning time of the arm prosthesis race.
Oh my gosh.
Magnus Niska there cannot believe it. The narrowest of margins from a time perspective that we've ever seen in CYBATHLON history. Congratulations to Bionit Labs, third for Italy, E-Opera second, but it's the CYBAT team from China that have won this race by 2 seconds.
And you know, there was a good 5 to 7 seconds of playing with that Lego brick that could have been saved as well. This is incredible.
What I find so impressive, Adrian, again, the technology. Talk us through how Pfreundschuh, the pilot that we see on screen, is able to work so quickly, so smoothly, so efficiently with this prosthetic arm.
So I think actually one of the advantages we're seeing here with the body-powered device is the immediate feedback in the opening and closing of the gripper. So she has a connection to that gripper through her body. So there's no electronics, there's no sensors in between or in that path, and she can immediately open and adjust and close with very small motions of her arm and her shoulder, depending on the object. And this may actually be an advantage in gripper design for some of these prosthetic devices.
Well, as the new kids on the block, this is a very impressive performance and a well-deserved victory. Pfreundschuh cannot believe it. She wants a second opinion. Am I seeing what you're seeing?
She looks almost in shock.
And then it starts to sink into the Chinese team that they have beaten the E-Opera of Sweden by 2 seconds.
She cannot believe it. She has to look at the screen a second time to confirm.
Thumbs up and smiles of joy. Well, CYBATH are top of the table with a spectacular performance from their pilot, Minju. Just 2 seconds clear of Magnus Niska and the E-Opera team. Italy are third with Bionit Labs. Smart Arm, last year's winner, have to settle for fourth in 2023. Carla Bionics in fifth position. Ex-Opera, the second of the Swedish teams, are sixth with their pilot, Tony Forsberg. And Kyle Briggs for Arm to You, finishing in seventh position for the team from Catalonia. But it is Minju from CYBATH and in China that claims top position here. Fantastic performances from all of the teams. Some amazing technology, Adrian, on display. For you, thinking of the long-term goal here, putting these prosthetic arms into the use of the general public, which caught your eye? Which piece of tech were you most impressed with as we tested them to the full in CYBATHLON today?
I think one of the most fascinating things that we've seen in this competition is that it's not necessarily the most complex or the prettiest or most composed device that performs the best. And you know, there's a tendency to look towards the most complex solutions, but we might then discredit body-powered devices, body-powered prosthetics, but they did very well today. And I think this is one thing we should keep into account when we look and evaluate these different solutions.
Now, hoping that we're going into the lab of the CYBATH team. And hello, team. Can you hear us here in Zurich? Give me a little wave if you can hear us. Minju.
Okay,
hello, Minju. Can you hear us here in Zurich? We'd first like to say congratulations on your winning performance here today. Everything seemed to go so smoothly. Perfection for you, Minju. Are we ready? I have a question for Minju. First of all, congratulations to all of the team with your victory in the prosthetic arm race today. Minju, my question is for you. You seem to be very calm, very cool, and also very fast. What was your secret today?
Oh God. Germany.
Well, there is no question that this prosthetic arm that has been developed by the CYBATH team in Suzhou have found something that works incredibly effectively. And look here at the pilot, Minju, picking up a key and putting it into what could be the key to a box, the key to a door. Well, I'm not sure that we can get through to China. It's a long way away. And the interview process not quite working the way we'd hoped for there, but congratulations to China. Let's go and hopefully have a word with Magnus Niska of the E-Opera team, finishing in second position. Magnus, can you hear me there? Congratulations to you and all of your team on your second position. Beaten by 2 seconds is very difficult indeed, Magnus. But tell us a little bit about your performance, because from our perspective, you seem to have achieved all of the goals that you set yourself today.
Yeah, I'm. This is a arm I use every day. So that's why I'm good to have it.
And of course, you say that you use the arm every day. Which of the tasks did you find the most difficult to adapt your prosthetic arm with today?
The marble.
The marble, and why is that, Magnus?
It's when you grip it between the thumb and the finger, it's so easy to drop it from.
And how is the plan and the programming looking for 2024? The big one. After your performances today, you will be one of the favourites next October. How's that plan coming along?
I'm going to training hard.
Training.
Magnus, would you ever have believed that you would have been beaten for top position by 2 seconds today? What were your thoughts on the performance of the Chinese team? Because you were watching, we saw, very closely and carefully.
Yeah. I don't know.
It was close.
I think you're being very polite.
Yeah.
Magnus, thank you so much. Congratulations. 2 absolutely solid performances today. Well done to you and your team. Well, there's another shot of the Chinese team that have taken top position in this race by 2 seconds. Magnus didn't really want to talk about it there. He was clearly gutted that he'd been beaten in the very last round of the day. A sum up from you, Adrian, on the technology, a wide range of tech that we've seen in this competition arena today.
Yeah, we saw a very wide range of technology, ranging from completely body-powered to completely autonomous systems that involve a lot of heavy computation. Some performed really well, some struggled, and we're going to continue to push and challenge these devices on the road to 2024. The tasks are going to continue to evolve and develop and challenge the boundaries of the capabilities of these devices.
And 2024, not too far away, the big race in October of that month. Are we going to see even more development, or do they work with what they've got? Because it has been quite outstanding, not only the variety, but also the skill level that this prosthetic arm brings to the performers and pilots.
So the teams are constantly changing and reevaluating the design. Some of them are even making changes right up until the moment of the competition. They have a lot of time now to 2024. There's going to be new tasks and new challenges that they have to do as well. And, we anticipate a lot of changes. The ARM2U team made a completely new device just between May and now. So Andromeda, and now they featured Orion here in the challenges today. So we're going to see a lot of exciting changes, a lot of different devices as well as we get closer to 2024. And we're all really looking forward.
Well, many thanks to Adrian and his words of wisdom, his technical detail on these prosthetic arm races today. And I'm sure you will agree, none of us would have expected a 2-second difference between first and second position. Some competition at its absolute finest. We're going to take a small break, but please do not go too far away, because CYBATHLON Challenges 2023 will be back in just a short while with the robot assistant race. On behalf of all of the team, until race 2, many thanks for your company. It's goodbye for now.
Still to come at the CYBATHLON Challenges, the Assistance Robot Race. How will pilots of assistance robots fare in their challenges? Watch them perform in our live stream on CYBATHLON.com and find out who will become the first winner of this new CYBATHLON discipline. The competition starts at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Don't miss this very special event. CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Ihr tretet mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the second competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The second CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the assistance robot race. Teams will have to complete the following 2 tasks both correctly and as quickly as possible. In the eating challenge, competitors in wheelchairs employ their assistance robot to pick up an apple from a table and bring it to their mouth. The challenge is considered completed as soon as pilots have brought the apple to their mouth and both they and their assistance robot have crossed the finish line. In the clean-up challenge, a referee lifts the first of 4 boxes and reveals an object as soon as competitors are installed at the table. Pilots then have to use their assistance robots to move the corresponding object that has been randomly placed on a shelf to the top of the shelf. As soon as they're back on the table, the referee will reveal the next object, and so forth. The challenge is completed once all 4 objects are correctly stowed away on the shelf and both competitor and assistance robot have crossed the finish line. No object must fall to the floor in these 2 tasks. Competitors will have 2 attempts in 2 heats. The better attempt will count. A correctly completed task will earn competitors 10 points. Whoever scores the most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race.
Hello and welcome to CYBATHLON Challenges for 2023, live once again from the ETH of Zurich, a university founded back in 1854 and one of the top universities in the world. Now, it's not very often that as a commentator you get to sit in the comm box with one of your heroes, but today is the day for me. Joining myself, Nick Fellows, is one of the founders and the innovators of the CYBATHLON concept. Of course, it is Robert Riener. Robert, welcome. It is great to see you. And of course, Robert is a professor of robotics and specialising in rehabilitation. First quick question for you, Robert. You must be delighted on how you have grown what possibly was a little idea on a piece of paper some 10 years ago and has now become a global phenomenon.
Exactly. It was 10 years ago that I had the idea developing the first races, and now it's really impressive to see so many people here around in the studio, so much technology, and to also realize that it's a topic all over the world.
And of course, we have got the best of the best here. We've got teams from Europe, Scandinavia, Asia, and North America, all using these challenger races as the road to, the stepping stone to the 3rd major CYBATHLON in October in 2024. And Robert, the teams that we've got here again are working so hard. The big goal is October 2024, but these challenges play a very important role in that stepping stone to the big race.
Yes, we have to try out these races. We have to try out the technology. There are new races now which have been developed. We need to get footage. And all this material and this learning is important for the next big race next year.
And of course, it's always an honour to be at the ETH, bringing us CYBATHLON since 2016. It's one of the top universities in the world, and one of the most impressive stats for me is the amazing alumni here. You can pick out names like Albert Einstein, John van Neumann, to name just a few of the amazing scientists and professors that have come from the ETH here in Zurich, and now almost the heart and soul of CYBATHLON here as it gets bigger and better. Robert, let's talk about this race, because it's a fascinating race. As you said, it's a new addition to our race programme, this assistant robot race with some real technology for us to see. Tell us a little bit more about how the idea came about.
So I would say that this kind of technologies which we need here to support the people with disabilities is one of the most complex technologies. We have robots which can walk or roll. We need additional robotic arms to support the pilots in certain tasks of daily life. Many motors are included, many sensors are included. Some of the devices are mounted to a wheelchair, which is good because it's closer to the pilot. Other devices are independent from the wheelchair and the pilot, which gives them a bit more independence in respect of walking also away from the subject.
I find this whole area fascinating, but again, a massive step forward in developing technology to help people in everyday life. Let's have a quick look at the teams that have entered this CYBATHLON Challenges 2023 in this brand new assistance robot race. Germany and 2 teams from Switzerland, and we're going to see some very exciting technology indeed. This is the start list with RSL and pilot Samuel Kunz first, then Edan from Germany. Their pilot is Matthias Atzenhofer, and then Gabriele Pozzi for the BFH Fair team. So we're very excited for our very first robot assistance race. Let's have a close look at the teams in action today.
The RSL team representing the ETH Zurich will compete in Zurich. The robotics lab will use the services of a robot with arms and legs. The team's pilot is Sammy Kunz.
Me as a pilot, it's special that I'm a mechanical engineer also. I think I have another approach to the system, and I hope I can help the team.
Our system is special. The robot is provided with a robotic arm, so it can be also used for applications requiring manipulation, such as opening doors or windows.
We had the chance finally to integrate all our individual works in something that can really make an impact for some people that might really need what we are developing. And it's also fun that we can do that in a challenge.
I love winning, first of all. And I want to win for the team as well, that it puts in a lot of hard work to develop this robot. So that's why I really want to be at the first place.
The team is excited about competing in the CYBATHLON and determined to use the opportunity to show their technology to the public.
So here we go with the first ever assistance robotic race, and it really does look like it's a futuristic piece of technology here. Remember, there is a 4-minute time limit to the 2 tasks of eating with the apple, and then the second task we are calling the cleanup. Here's the countdown. Count with us. And Samuel Kunz, the pilot for RSL, first of all, has to work that robot to get that apple the first part of the test. And it looks like, Robert, that he's working with the computer interface and the human interaction with his robot. This is fascinating.
It is. He's remote controlling the robot. Additionally, the robot has its own intelligence, and an advantage here is that he does not have to follow the robot, and this way he might be a bit faster maybe than these devices which are mounted to the wheelchair.
Now we come to see the robot pick one of the 3 apples from the plate. Oh, and there's the first miss. Not quite right with the timing there, but he very quickly goes back to try again.
Yes, the robot is, by the way, very famous. The robot without the robotic arm was beating the famous walking robots from Boston Dynamics. So I'm curious how this now turns out in that application.
I have 4 here. So it's a 5-minute time slot. And here we see the pilot working to reset the arm of the robot.
Yes, supported by a camera image from a camera placed at the robotic arm.
And you can just see at the top of your screen the arm move forwards. The grip widens, looking to take the apple, all controlled by pilot Samuel Kunz. He's got it in the grip. That is such good news. Oh. Now we'll watch very carefully, Robert, how our pilot, Samuel, now needs to get the robot to come back to him within the rules and regulations of staying within the competitive field or field of play.
I wonder now that we see the robot stepping, producing some vibrations to the apple, hoping that the gripping force is large enough to hold the apple. It seems so. I mean, the pilot has additional also to control his wheelchair, so it's a double challenge.
Now Samuel moves forward, and we will see the robot arm bring the apple to the mouth of Kunz. Now, of course, we can all start to visualize how this would work in an everyday scenario and situation.
Yes, it's old dream since decades to have a household robot. robots which help us in cleaning the kitchen, cleaning up the floor, and that's the first step now to make it real, I think.
This is absolutely fantastic. Watch how smoothly, carefully, safely the robotic arm puts the apple to the mouth of the pilot as if he were able to eat from the apple. And now that is the task complete. Believe you me, Samuel Kuntz may look very calm and cool. He wants to win this competition today. But we've got to watch that clock quite carefully, Robert. We do have challenges to add the sporting element to this amazing tech. And he's got 5 minutes. And he's already getting very close to 4 minutes with a second challenge to face.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. He did not yet get the points.
Still trying to communicate. And now he's under a little bit of pressure here, Samuel Kuntz of the RSL team.
Still busy with the first task.
Still wants to complete with the robot, doesn't he?
He has to put back the apple, I'm not sure. It's indeed a highly complex device. It has so many motors, special control algorithms.
Time is going against Samuel here, the pilot. He's got the communication back with the robot. He's looking to turn it around, put it back into position. Oh, and this is going to be very difficult, slightly frustrating, because I was fortunate enough to watch these guys in practice, and they did it so seamlessly in the rehearsals yesterday. But they've been beaten by the clock. Very interesting, Robert.
Yes.
Not the result that they were hoping for.
It seemed like they had some robotic communication issues which made their roll a bit slower. It was safe. It kept standing and walking right. They can also fall, these devices, but something slowed down the process.
And that is what CYBATHLON is all about, is testing this technology in a competitive arena, a competition environment. Here's the first pickup. It's great how the claw works on the robot, because you get this picture in your head, Robert, that it would squash the apple.
Yeah, that can happen. But also the apple can fall down, especially due to the vibrations during walking. And imagine other objects to be eaten can be very challenging in future tasks.
Yes. Well, lots of communication between the team there, and particularly on where that went wrong with the communication to the robot itself. We have to move on to Team 2. It is Edan from Germany.
The Edan team of the German Aerospace Center will compete in Wesseling, Germany.
Hi, I'm Jörn Vogel, team manager of the Eden team here at DLR. We are very excited to hear that CYBATHLON now also offers a discipline directed at assistive robotic systems, and we are very much looking forward to be part of this. The aim of our research is to allow for intuitive use of an assistance robot and provide intelligent support in performing everyday activities. We believe that this kind of competition is important in order to push assistive technology to new levels.
Well, again, this is another piece of technology that I was amazed with when I got a first chance to take a close-up of it yesterday. This is the Edan team. Matthias Atzenhofer is the pilot here, and it's first and foremost, with 10 seconds on the clock before the challenges begin, Robert, it's an attachment to the wheelchair, which really looks like it can be a massive advantage to wheelchair users in so many ways.
It can, because the robotic device is close to the user. However, if the robot can do things alone where the pilot is not required, the other systems might have an advantage. Here, it's a great device. The robotic arm is very famous. I remember it already from the 90s when it was developed at DLR. DLR is a very famous and large, maybe the largest institute in the world working in robotics. So I expect something from that team.
Well, your prediction is on point, no question there, Robert, because it is fast, it seems to be smooth, and great control here. Very accurate, that three-way grip seems perfect for the Apple, but this is only the first part of the challenge. 50, almost a minute on the clock, and the first part of the challenge almost completely passes the table, and there's 10 points already earned for the Edan team. Now he goes to what could be in a real-life situation, a cupboard or a kitchen cabinet or something, and again we will discover what he has to find within those 4 pieces and get it to the top shelf.
The robot was especially developed for responsive tasks. It can act very sensitively, can support the environment in a certain interactive way. And I think that function is certainly an advantage in these tasks.
Place the object that is identical to the one on the table opposite onto the top shelf. Matthias here, showing no signs of nerves, really in great control. 2 minutes on the board here. Now, the second looks to be the pencil.
Now you saw that he has to move, the pilot has to move together with the robotic arm. If the robotic arm would be separated from the wheelchair, the robot could stay at the cupboard, which could be an advantage in timing, but on the other hand, they're so fast already that it's not a disadvantage.
Well, this really tests that grip of the robotic arm here. And he's done this before, hasn't he? See how he opens the grip to stop the pen rolling away. Yes. That was a great skill from the pilot there. Matthias had clearly seen that being as a possibility. Here's number 3. We're at 3 minutes on the clock. It's the small square cube with only 2 minutes remaining of time. Again, it's from the very bottom of the shelf. So the pilot will rely on his monitor to view as well, I would imagine, Patrick.
Yes, I think that...
Robert, sorry.
To be able to move down and also up again. That robot, by the way, has more motors than required to do this task. This gives them an additional advantage to put the elbow of the robot to any place where it doesn't disturb the view, for example.
And the maneuverability as well still allows the pilot, Matthias, to operate his chair. And he's going to be under the 5 minutes here. This is the 4th and final part of the challenge. It's a circular disc. This looks really difficult to take a grip of.
And although it does not look like sports, but the pilots need a lot of training to be able to control the robot in that way. It's not only the technology which does it automatically. It needs a lot of skill and training, finally.
And then we come to CYBATHLON, and this is one that they all want to win, Robert, as well. Now, this is a real test, this, for the robotic assistant arm here. He's got a good grip on it. Slowly lifts it because he's not sure that it is the optimum grip. He's got 30 seconds left on the clock to complete this challenge within the 5 minutes of allocated time. It drops down. Now, he's just got to turn the chair around, head for the line. Well done, Matthias Adsenhofer for the Edan team. Under the 5-minute time, 4 minutes 44, with 20 points on the scoreboard for 2 perfect tasks completed. Team, understandably, are absolutely delighted. And Robert, your prediction came true there. Edan, a very, very big company, experienced, and that experience came to the fore here. But I have to say, the pilot there could feel the pressure with the clock against him.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a big challenge, and seeing the clock coming to the end of the 5 minutes, it makes it even more harder and challenging and difficult.
And I'm sure there are a lot of people watching and tuning in to our live broadcast right now, clearly seeing that CYBATHLON's brand new addition to our competitive lineup really is something for the future. I can imagine this being an assistance in so many ways to paraplegic people in their own home, in work, in so many environments.
So elderly who need support in daily life, there's a big need for these kind of technologies.
Well, great work there. We've managed to achieve the time target and all of the tasks. Now we move on to our third and final team in this brand new assistance robot race, and that is Team BFH.
The BFH Fair team, representing the Bern University of Applied Sciences, BFH, will compete in Zurich. Pilot Gabriella Pozzi is 62 years old and has been a quadriplegic ever since she was injured in a bicycle accident in 2009. Her assistance robot is designed to increase her autonomy, negotiate obstacles, and recognize and manipulate various objects.
And here is Gabriella with the 30-second countdown already on its way. Now, we talked briefly in the last about this being something that could help the elderly in a great way. And here's Gabriella, not quite too old, but in her later years, showing that these robot assistants, another arm that we see here, can help in so many ways. I'm really looking forward to seeing Gabriella and Gabriel Gruner, the team leader for BFH Fair, and see how they go here. Away she goes. Remember, there's 5 minutes of time to complete the 2 challenges, and the first is to take a grip of the apple, take it to the mouth as if it were to be eaten, and then put it back into position. A slightly different design here from BFH.
Yes, compared to the other 2 grippers, this is a pneumatic gripper. It works with air and has a great advantage that the shape of the fingers can adapt automatically to the shape of the objects to be taken. This gives a better holding, a better friction, and the risk of losing the apple is lower.
Now, I have to say already, Robert, I'm impressed with the speed of Gabriella here. That is a brilliant start. She's confident, and the operation that she has with the screen just needs to release the grip now. And she's actually commentating for us as we go along here, Gabriella, but she's telling us that the grip will not release the apple. And that is such a shame, because she was the fastest by a long way.
Yes.
To complete this first task. Oh, and now it all goes wrong.
Happen. Oh, I'm so sorry for the team. But one also has to say that that team did start the developments rather late. It's a very new development, and for that still very impressive compared to the other teams where some of the components are already well developed over the years before.
Now let's see how Gabriella goes with the second task. So it's the circular disc that is the first challenge. And again, as Robert has been explaining, this is a different grip mechanism to the 2 previous teams.
Has only 2 fingers. That's can be challenging to grip objects with a round shape or the plate. 3 fingers or 4 fingers would be an advantage sometimes. On the other hand, the fingers are very broad, and this is certainly possible to grip all these objects.
Well, she's back in communication with the assistant arm here.
That gripper here has now a bit lower number of motors compared to the one from the German team. So she has to place the robot, the wheelchair, in a certain way to be able to reach the object without hitting the cupboard.
And there's quite a noise there as well we can hear in the background.
So I hope it's not their wheelchair or their robotic system which is blocking. It seems that something is disturbed in their motors. Nothing is moving.
Yeah, there's a... Oh, there they go. Gabriella now makes a slight move of the disc to try and get a grip of it.
Hoping that she does not move the disc inside, because then it becomes more difficult to take it with this kind of technology. Probably the sound comes from the pneumatic compressor.
And again, Gabriella is clearly struggling with the interface computer communication to the arm. It's one of those classic stories. It was working so well in training and it hasn't performed the way. You can see the frustration and the shaking of the head from Gabriella Pozzi after such an amazing start. Look how easily she picks up this apple in 30-40 seconds right at the top of the challenge. But then when she goes to put the apple back, the communication seems to fail with the robotic arm. And a similar story here. She knows what she wants it to do, but the actions aren't quite the way that it went. So it's a fail on both of the challenges for the BFF Fair team. Well, Gabriella is as determined as any of the teams here to get that robotic arm up and running. And the good news is, of course, that we have 2 heats in every one of the rounds. But it is young Atzenhofer who, for the Edan team, that is at the top of the table in the first of the 2 heats in this assistance robot race. The only one of the 3 teams to complete the 2 tasks within the 5-minute time limit. So there's a break coming up. It's time for Samuel Kuntz of RSL and his team, and Gabriella from BFH and Fair team to get things back in order to hopefully be ready to give the Edam team a little bit of a push in the second heat. We're going to take a quick break from the action. Please don't go too far away, because this robot assistance race is truly quite fascinating. We'll see you in a short while.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse darauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023. We're in race 2 at the halfway point of one of our new competition formats for this year. It's the assistance robot race. Now, one of the biggest teams in the robotic world are at the top of the table. That is Adrian from Germany, with the other two teams here in Zurich needing to complete both tasks within the 5-minute time limit to give the German team a real run for their money. So let's take a good look at where we're at here. Of the 3 teams, 2 in Zurich, 1 in Germany. RSL, again, they're looking to complete here 3 very different robotic assistance devices here. For me, this is one of the best. Now, of course, Riener, who is the innovator of the CYBATHLON concept over 10 years ago now, is with us live here in the commentary box. Robert, the communication between the pilot and the robot didn't work as well as we've seen, or as they wanted in a race, of course, but they're looking very confident that they've solved the issue, and this could be something quite exciting.
Yes, all 3 pilots brought amazing technology, and it's a big challenge first to control the technology, to control it, to interface, to communicate with it, but also the technology itself must work reliable. And these are 2 big challenges for this new kind of discipline, which we try out now the first time since we have the CYBATHLON.
Oh, this human-robotic interaction, personally, I find fascinating. Now let's have a look now, see if Samuel Kunz, who's the pilot in the wheelchair for RSL, can make it all work in this second heat. Oh, and there's a shake of the head there, and that's not what we want to see. Again, that interaction between pilot and the robot just doesn't seem to be there. Now he's getting the information.
That leg robot, which is very well known and an amazing device, has an advantage at staircases. At the even ground, like here, it might be a disadvantage compared to the rolling systems of the other teams. The walking platform, called also Animal, is well developed, well known. The robotic arm, I guess it's a new development, a new adaptation to the walking platform, and for sure it's a new application, which makes here the challenge.
Well, it looks like that they've already admitted that it's a fail, and that's a real shame. The team lead, Firas Abifaraj, has had to say that it's not going to work there, and that's a real disappointment for Samuel Kunz. He's got a real competitive nature about his personality. He had such high expectations. As we've said, it's a brand new discipline, but for the RSL team here in Zurich, it just hasn't quite gone the way that we had hoped. And as you said yourself, Robert, it's key that the human interaction with the robot is something that is tried, tested, and here we're putting it under the utmost test, and just hasn't gone quite the way we had hoped.
Yes, I'm sure that it did work in the lab work. It's a great technology. They have trained with their pilot many times. And that's the problem in our developments. Often it does not work in the real-life scenarios.
Well, there is Samuel there. Samuel, a little disappointing. I was one of the lucky few to see your robot working so beautifully 24 hours ago. Can you give us a little bit of detail on what went wrong today?
It's the GUI. It didn't work well. It switched mode all the time, so I couldn't control the robot myself. As it was switching, and it was lagging as well. So the connection between the robot and my computer wasn't good, and we'll try to fix that.
Well, that's the whole point of the challenges of 2023, to get you ready for the big one in October 2024. Just describe to us what it feels like for you personally when the robot and yourself are working perfectly in harmony. What does it feel like to you when it does exactly as you say and it interacts with you perfectly?
Well, that is very exciting. It's something completely new I've never done before, so it is really exciting to have this robot, this chance to work with this robot and to do those challenges. It's something completely new. I myself come from the field of mechanical engineering, so I have a little, I know a little bit of robotics, but with working with such a team and with this robot, it's more than exciting for me.
And to your team lead next to you there, Sammy, I believe it's Firas.
Yes.
What is the agenda now? What do you need to do to get this up, ready and running with its full potential? Because October 2024 will be here very quickly.
Yeah, so it was very disappointing today. We tried it yesterday and things were fine. And then also this morning we were testing around and things were going very well. So we have to investigate what happened. It's very strange, but it happens. That's robotics. It's a research platform which we are having. It's also a bit complex because we have the robot independent from Sammy, and then wireless, the Wi-Fi needs to be good, and several constraints are there to make everything work together. But for this challenge, actually, we have been trying to develop the modules, like some base things which we will use for all tasks. So we were focusing on that rather than on the tasks themselves. So we were developing stuff which could extend and then generalize to other aspects of things. So we hope that targeting several of the other tasks will be much easier than this initial step which we had to do in order to reach here. So we hope things will go better next time. We will try to target the issues we had, and hopefully we will be much more competitive.
Firas, Sammy, I think your robotic assistance is just brilliant, and people all over the world would love to see you try and will follow your research and development. I cannot wait to see you in October 2024. Guys, it wasn't the result that you wanted, but well done. Brilliant R&D. Thank you so much for your time and interview.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Robert, great words from the guys there. They are clearly enthused, they are clearly motivated, and this is just the beginning of what can be a fascinating story, a groundbreaking story.
Yes, it was great to see them, how happy they are still, although they were not performing as good as they wanted to. And what we saw again is it's not only the technology which needs to be great, it's the pilot controlling the technology which needs to work as well. And that's the idea. We don't want to have machines that are mastering the pilots. We want the pilots to be the masters and the machines are the slaves supporting the pilots.
And of course, the CYBATHLON concept itself, the guys have already set themselves a deadline. They may be here in September. They know they've got to be 101% ready in October. CYBATHLON is playing its part in pushing this technology forwards by setting these challenges.
Exactly. We have deadlines. People have to rush to get there. We have competitions, so they have to be better than the others. They want to be better than the others. And that's great. And this way we can push the innovation and create new devices, new support assistive devices for the people with disabilities.
It's a brilliant subject. I could talk, Robert, with you for hours and hours on end here. Let's move on. Now, we've got a few technical issues over in Germany, so we'll stay here in Zurich, Switzerland, and move on to the second heat for the BFH Fair team here. And this is Gabriella Pozzi, their pilot. You can see the robotic arm there. Now, Gabriella had a few issues with the grip working to her command on the computer. And hopefully, the BFH team and pilot Gabriella Pozzi are ready to go here. There's the countdown clock, just at the top of your screen. 27 seconds and counting. The boys are smiling right now. They think they're ready to go and hit these tasks within the 5-minute time limit. Oh, this should be very good indeed. Now, team lead is Gabrielle Riener, and of course the pilot is Gabriella Pozzi. Now here we go, 5 seconds on the clock for the BFH Fair team. Now Gabriella, at the beginning, in the early part of her first heat, so smoothly worked in complete confidence with the robotic arm, but then some of the messages weren't getting through. This again looks to be a very smooth and confident start, Robert.
Yes, the gripper might not be placed perfectly right now, but the flexibility of the fingers corrects for this inaccuracy. Moving right, I think the movement is done in an autonomous way.
Adjustment of the chair there from Gabriella to make sure that she's got the right position in her seat to kiss the apple, indicate that she would be able to eat the apple.
Now it worked, and it was a rather, it looked very easy now compared to the race before to move the apple alone.
Now, first of the second task is to pick up the pencil from one of the shelves in the cupboard and put it onto the top shelf. This is a tough one to start with for Gabriella.
Yes. This tiny, thin pencil with his rather thick fingers can be a challenge. And now I'm curious to see how she will place the wheelchair. I think it must be a coordinated movement of the robotic arm with the wheelchair, as the movability of the robotic arm is not as rich as it could maybe be like a human arm.
Yeah.
So this part cannot be done autonomously. I think she has to use vision, her own vision, to control the target position of the gripper. You see that's a tiny tiny movements to approach the pen.
Here she goes now to try and take the pencil from the lower shelf. Watch the gripper close. Oh, and she's missed it. Change of position, second time. 2 minutes, 18 seconds on the clock.
I think this noise came from the pneumatic compressor to increase the pressure for the fingers.
Second attempt here. 2 minutes 45 on the clock. Remember, all 4 of those objects that you can clearly see now in the order will need to be placed on the table. No luck at all, Gabriella. The pencil is quite possibly the most difficult of the 4. Here she goes for a second attempt.
Yeah, the fingers are not vertical. There's no motor to rotate the fingers, and this makes it more challenging to grasp it. But she is successful now.
And here she comes with the assistance of that robotic arm. Now, this is excellent work from Gabriella. I like the way she moves the wheelchair to get the pen onto the table, settles it. That is superb. Now, the clock is the only issue for Gabriella Pozzi here. She comes back around to the table. It is the small cube. They've given her the 2 most difficult ones back to back here. But Gabriella now back into position. But only a minute of time left on the clock. The target time from the EDAN team in Germany, Matthias Atzenhofer, is the pilot, 4:44. Still 3 to go here for Gabriela. I'm so pleased.
From this view, you see nicely that the robotic arm is large. It's not easy to put it into these open boxes to grasp the objects. Some more degrees of freedom, some more motors would help it, but that makes the system more complex.
And look at the intensity here from Gabriela Pozzi. She really is trying everything that she possibly can. She knows that those seconds are ticking away, and she's only got 9, 8, 7.
But she tries to perform best anyways.
And there's the time out. The red flag has gone up, but I'd like to see Gabriela finish this one. She's got that little cube, the size of a sugar cube. Now this is about Gabriela wanting to show us how well her robotic assistance works. The clock has gone past 5 minutes. The challenge is over. And again, this was the problem that she had on the first heat. She struggled a little to get the release. There it is now.
It was the communication problem, not the device probably. Yeah, better than before. Great.
Well, yeah, big step forwards. What I enjoyed the most was how quickly the first task was performed from Gabriela Pozzi and her team. But the communication, the human interaction from Gabriela to the arm seemed to be a little bit slow, or just glitch every now and again.
It appears that she has many different input devices. That's the smart display, the tablet, that's some buttons at the wheelchair. She also has to control the wheelchair itself to move it around. It's a challenge.
Well done to Gabriela. Big improvement from Heat 1 to Heat 2. And we go to the EDAN team in Wesseling in Germany, part of the German Aerospace Center. And this is, of course, their pilot, Matthias Atzenhofer. Very impressive on the first run. The only one of the 3 teams to complete all of the tasks within the 5 minutes allocated. And now, of course, Atzenhofer, after a little bit of technical issue, all he needs to do now is just try and beat the clock. 4.44 is the target time for Matthias to better, looking very relaxed. I think the word's already got to Germany that they have won this very, very first assistance robotic race.
Countdown now.
And there goes the 30-second countdown.
He can be more relaxed now because he is already the winner.
Yeah.
And this might increase a chance to beat his own time now, because he might perform better with this more relaxed status.
I have to say, he looks very calm and very relaxed about this second performance. Here we go. 5 seconds and counting. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And there we go. Now, as we saw earlier in our show, this looks like the arm of a much bigger robot that has been designed by EDAN, and then they've adapted that robot to just being an extra arm on the wheelchair.
Yes, that robot is being used for many different kind of projects. They use it on humanoid robots as 2 arms with legs and a head. They use it on machines, in fabrication, assembly lines. It's a large field of applications. For sure, it's not plug and play for this challenge. They have to adapt the controllers. Maybe even the gripper has been adapted to perform well here.
Well, they're performing very well at this point in the challenge. Under a minute to kiss that apple. It's wobbling just a little on the plate, but it seems to be okay, well within the rule and regulations. And with under a minute on the board, Matthias is already looking to put his first challenge
The fingers are rather big compared to the other competitors, but this helps him to grasp the big objects. There's still tiny tips of the fingers which helps him to grasp the small objects. It's really a flexible device.
And there's a big difference between those four objects: the square, the cube, and then the circular disc, and then two very small ones as well. Now, our apologies, there's a slight freeze on the picture there, but there we pick up live once again from Germany, and 1 minute 45 on the board, 3 pieces left to go. Back to the other table. The referee chooses the box. Sorry, Robert.
That's the disadvantage now when the robot is mounted to the wheelchair. He has to move everything, including the robot, to get the view on the table. But still, he's so fast with the device that it's not a big disadvantage.
That's actually Matthias's mother in the left of the screen there. And she's looking more nervous than the pilot himself, which is a lovely shot. But this is possibly one of the toughest, this tiny little cube to grab. Lovely close-up there.
But the angle of the fingers, they're approaching the cube from the right angle, the right orientation, and that's the advantage of this complex robotic arm, which has more motors than required to move it all.
We're only just over 2.5 minutes. Now here he comes for the cylindrical disc here. Again, Matthias has wonderful control of this robotic arm. Places the arm deep. Oh, if it drops on the floor, remember. But he's done that on purpose. I thought that was maybe a little mistake, but that's all part of the game plan. Now he's about 1 minute 20 and counting down off his own target time. Eden have won this competition. But what we're looking now to see if young Matthias Atzenhofer can break his own record of 4 minutes 44. This is the last piece of the puzzle, many of you will say, the pencil pen.
It's
Takes a look at it.
To watch him, he's really skilled to control that robotic arm. There's a lot of training behind of the pilot and the entire team.
.40 seconds left to see whether he can better that time of earlier today. This is his last of the 4 pieces that need to be lifted, put onto the top shelf. Oh, it's going to be so close to see if he can beat his own time from earlier today. He's got to run about 20 seconds ahead. Now the arm gets brought in. He needs to turn the chair and cross that line to stop the clock. And Matthias Atzenhofer has done it.
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. 4 minutes 29.
16, 17 seconds faster.
There we go. A 17 seconds time improvement. Very happy mum. Relieved that it's all over, and congratulations to Matthias there. Yeah. A happy winner. Congratulations from all of the team.
Amazing with this complex technology, difficult to control, but well-skilled pilot. Great. You see, you cannot just let the robot do alone. It's too complex a scenario. You have to control it from the pilot's point of view.
You must be feeling very proud right now, Robert. Again, CYBATHLON has developed yet another new challenge, another new era for us to work with. And I think this robotic assistance is something very special indeed, and of course something that is true to our goal, that is making normal life for those people with disabilities far easier.
I'm really relieved to see that it's possible to create machines in interaction with the pilots that allow to support people in the future in daily life, and also that gives our next challenge at the CYBATHLON next year some credibility.
Absolutely. great words. Let's just wrap up the detail on the result. And congratulations to the EDAN team in Germany, and some great skillful piloting from Matthias Atzenhofer to take top position. Gabriella Pozzi on the BFH Fair team in second position. And Sami Kuntz has already told us that he will be back in September and the big one next October with his machine in full working order to challenge for top position. Matthias, can you hear us here in Zurich? And we'd like to say congratulations on your victory. Tell us a little bit about the robotic arm itself and how it works with you.
So I may want to translate this for Matthias, but he will explain in German a bit and then I can translate.
Thank you.
Ja, es macht großen Spaß, vor allem diese halbautomatische Steuerung, wo man unterstützt wird bei der ganzen Arbeit mit dem Arm schon. Macht richtig ziemlich viel Spaß.
So
hauptsächlich, ja.
He's enjoying controlling it. We have some shared control that he likes. That he is in control and can get supported in the task execution. And he's excited about today and the system as well.
Jorn, a question for you as well. You and your team must be delighted. It's the first time that we've set out these challenges here in CYBATHLON, and your robotic arm and assistance has proved that this is something very special, not only in a competition format, but also for everyday use for people in the real world.
Yeah, it was a very special day, very special challenge. The whole team gave everything to get Eden prepared for this. And yeah, it's amazing. We were excited to hear that there is an assistive robot race for CYBATHLON. And it's great to have this challenge to try and see how it is. It's a very different experience from working in the lab, because it's those two trials that you have to make it work for. And it was a great experience, yes. And we are super happy that everything worked out so well.
Jorn, congratulations to you and your team. I have one quick question for Matthias. He improved his times from Heat 1 to Heat 2, and his mum looked more nervous than he did. How special was that for Matthias to keep his mom happy all the way through the competition?
Did you get it? Oder hast du es verstanden, oder? Also, warum?
Ja, sie nervöser war als ich und ja, ich werde es auf jeden Fall gut verstehen. Ja, für mich war es eigentlich, ich habe mich noch auf meine Aufgaben konzentriert und aufs nächste. Ich habe eigentlich keine Zeit dafür gehabt, nervös zu sein.
Yeah, so he just concentrated on doing the task and had no time to be nervous, he said. I guess watching makes you more nervous than actually doing it. So we were all, nervous, of course, and it was amazing.
Thank you to all of the EDAN team. That was a truly spectacular performance. We enjoyed every moment of it. Thank you, Mum. Thank you to all of the team. And we look forward to seeing you in action as we build up to the big one in October 24. Guys, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much, and see you in October.
Robert, those are some great pictures, and really, it's exactly what we're all about. You must be delighted with the response from the EDAN team and how they really see this as a vital, important part of their R&D using our challenges.
Yeah, I'm really also very happy with them. I know that, not the team, but I know the institution since 30 years, also with previous collaborations close to Munich where I'm from. And so I'm also proud that this Bavarian team has won, since I'm Bavarian as well.
That is fantastic. I absolutely loved every moment of it. And of course, we've still got a lot more to come. Leg prosthesis race is coming up next here at CYBATHLON Challenges 2023. So please don't go too far away. We're going to take a short break from the action, but we will be back with race 3. And until then, on behalf of Robert and myself, many thanks for your company. It's goodbye for now.
still to come at the CYBATHLON Challenges. The leg prosthesis race. How can pilots with leg prostheses tackle difficult tasks such as clearing hurdles and climbing ladders? Watch them perform in our live stream on CYBATHLON.com. Their competitions start at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Don't miss this very special race. CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Ihr tretet mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the second competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The third CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the leg prosthesis race. Teams will have to complete the following 2 tasks both correctly and as quickly as possible. In the hurdles challenge, pilots have to clear 5 hurdles. They have to alternate their lead leg for each hurdle. Pilots must not use their hands when dragging their prosthetic trail leg over the side of the hurdle. The challenge is completed as soon as competitors cross the finish line and no hurdle has fallen. Pilots have to climb a ladder and fetch an apple on a plate in the ladder challenge. They cannot touch the apple, just the plate, when doing this. In addition, they have to alternate their lead legs for each single step. The task is considered completed once the apple on the plate is located on the table without having fallen off in the process, and the competitor has crossed the finish line. Competitors have 2 attempts in 2 heats. The better attempt will count. Each correctly completed task earns competitors 10 points. Whoever scores the most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race.
Hello and welcome to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023, live from the ETH in Zurich, a university founded back in 1854, one of the top universities in the world. Now, race 3 takes us onto the leg prosthesis competition. Only 1 team, so more of a demonstration rather than a competition, but nonetheless very important as we take on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. I'm delighted to have joined myself, Nick Fellows, in the commentary box, Chiara Basla, who's the head of discipline in this leg prosthetic race, and is also part of the ETH here in Zurich, studying for a doctorate, and an expert in rehabilitation, robotics, and many, many more. Now, we've already mentioned, Chiara, that no race today, just 1 team. But that will give us the opportunity to look very, very carefully on the challenge itself and also the prosthetic leg and how it is developing and how the pilot, they're getting quicker, faster, slicker and better with this quite impressive piece of machinery. What are you looking for from today's race?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I think today it's very, very exciting for me to look so closely to a race. And it's the first time for me. And I think what I will really like to understand today is that if the advancement of the prosthetic field will allow the pilot to complete all the 2 tasks, because the team that is running today is one of the leading company in the world for in the prosthetic field. So we can really see if the field of prosthetics has reached a point in which there are really no challenges for them left.
Yeah, I totally agree, Chiara. Esser Bionics are the team. As Chiara has already pointed out, this is one of the leading companies in the world with the development of prosthetic legs, and we're going to test them. We are really going to see how good these guys are. It's going to be very interesting indeed. Now, we have brought the best of the best from Europe, Scandinavia, North America and Asia here. We've got 15 teams throughout the day covering 11 nations, and we're at the ETH of Zurich. It has hosted CYBATHLON since 2016, and the challenges, which we first started in 2022, are an opportunity to test and prepare for the main event next year, CYBATHLON 2024. It's one of the top universities in the world here, and I love the alumni here, including Albert Einstein, John van Neumann, to name just a few. It's a very special venue where CYBATHLON holds its home and heart. But it is the leg race that we want to look at, and it's the Esser Bionics team that are the team to watch for in this race today.
The Esser Bionics team will compete in the Zurich hub. Esser Bionics is based in Reykjavik, Iceland. They developed the Power Knee, a motor-powered microprocessor knee that delivers active flexion and extension.
When I used the Power Knee, it was the first time in 19 years I felt like I had my knee back, and that means everything.
This Power Knee helps me. It reads my body. It reads my movement. It's amazing. It's just purely amazing.
And let's have a close look at that Power Knee that we are going to put to the test with two very difficult challenges. And of course, there will be two heats. We're going to start off with the hurdles competition that will really test the flexion and extension of the pilot here, Goti Stefansson. And then the ladder, at the top of that ladder, we will find a red apple, which needs to be brought back down as well as climbing up. There's part of the Esser team from Reykjavik in Iceland. And so there's no competition here, Chiara, but what we want to see is how well this Power Knee works. We'll wait for the 30-second countdown. Just quickly describe to us how we're going to test the prosthetic with first the hurdles and then the ladders. What will be its strength and what we'll be looking for in a potential weakness?
So I believe in both of the task of today, the most important thing is the controllability of the knee, because the pilot cannot touch his prosthesis with the hand, so he has to climb these obstacles, bending his knee without touching it with the hand. So I think this is for sure one of the biggest challenges for the pilot today. And but the Esser has a motor in the knee that allows to actively flex and extend the knee. And I think this is one of the features of the prosthesis that for sure will help them solving these tasks.
5 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Chiara, let's watch this carefully. Goti Stefansson on the Esser Bionics. And we want to see how the motor works, because he can't help with his hand, remember, in the challenge. A high hurdle, 2 lower ones, then an even higher one to finish.
And as you see, he has to alternate the leg with which is crossing the hurdle. So now he's using the prosthesis, and for the next one, he will go first with the healthy leg. And these are two different challenges, because in one he has to put all his weight on the prosthesis, and while for this one he has to lift the prosthesis first, like balancing on the healthy leg. And so there are two different ways of crossing the obstacle.
It looks difficult. The balance is really impressive, particularly when he's just standing on the prosthetic leg. That is impressive, to say the least. There's a 3-minute time challenge here, so he's got to be pretty slick and quick as he now climbs the ladder. Again, no assistance from the hands.
And the prosthesis of Goti is able to detect the step. so he understands exactly when he has to activate the motor in order for him to do the next step. So this is for sure an advantage of such a great prosthesis.
And that blue step on the ladder means that has to be used by the prosthetic leg. He needs to cross the line to stop the clock, but he's not in a competition. 1 minute 36, that is so impressive. And we've all been waiting to have a close look at this power knee in a competitive environment. And Gauthier has given us quite an amazing demonstration there. What are you seeing here, Chiara? What are you looking for? You're the head of discipline. And what are you seeing that's working so well?
I think the motor at the knee is for sure helping him in these two tasks very, very much. We have seen in previous competition also passive prosthesis in which there was no motor. And so the strategy that the pilot has to use is completely different. But for both of these tasks, having a motor at the knee is what is really making the difference.
And what about the attachment to the amputation? We don't see it because of Gauthier's shorts here, but that also is being tested in this ladder challenge as well, isn't it?
I believe it's a very, very good attachment system that Esser has developed over the years. So I believe it's really made perfectly for the patient, and so I don't believe that it's a problem at the moment for them. They have developed such a great system that there is no risk of falling off the socket from the stump of the prosthesis.
Let's go down and speak to Gauthier himself. Gauthier, congratulations. That was something very special indeed. I am blown away by the time on the clock. Could you describe to us how your prosthetic leg, we've been talking about the motor in this power knee, worked so effectively in your performance there?
Well, how it worked? I mean, it worked. Everything just worked fine. I mean, it's not just the knee; it's the whole package. So yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah,
we're really happy too, because from a TV perspective, it looked so easy. Was it truly easy for you, or is it quite a challenge?
It is a challenge. It's even quite scary. The steer is quite scary.
How important is this as part of the preparation to win CYBATHLON 2024 next October? Is there more development to come in the power knee? Will it get more effective, more efficient as the development continues? Or what we've seen today is the best it's going to be?
No. I mean, I'm just working on a knee that is unmodified. It's on the market, but definitely we will try something new for sure to push the limit even further. So this is just the start.
I'm so glad to hear those words. A quick question for the team leader there. Where do you go from here? Is there anything that you can tell us? I know it's a very secretive, its development is something that we can only get a little bit here, a little bit there. But what's next for this power knee? Because it looks so impressive, we have to say.
Well, when we do verification and validation on the device itself, we usually have like very standard things, so like level ground walking and ramps and stairs and such. And these are really tasks that we don't necessarily test on a daily basis. So it is really cool to try these things and see where the knee can be improved. And we're going to try and work on that for next year.
Now, I can guarantee when we come back in October, there will be about 10 teams all looking to take the CYBATHLON victory. Are you ready for October 2024?
Yeah, we are.
We are pepped up. Even better.
Guys, congratulations. That is quite a spectacular performance. We've really enjoyed seeing this power knee perform so impressively today. Well done.
It's good.
Now, we'll see, of course, Gauthier Stefansson and his team back for their second heat in just a short while. Chiara, we got a few snippets of what they're developing. What we're seeing right now is impressive, but the Esser team are telling us that there's more to come.
Yeah, of course, there is more to come in the prosthetic field in general, and there are very different topics that could still be developed in both in the research, but also on the company perspectives. And I think we saw this morning for the arm also integrated prosthesis, and I think this is a field that for sure can be also developed for the leg prosthesis. And then there is another big topic that we saw in CYBATHLON 20, the global edition of 2020, which is trying to sensitize the prosthesis. So try to give back the feedback to the pilot on where is placing the foot, because of course they do not have any feeling of what is happening under the feet, because they do not have any sensory left in the feet.
Chiara, let's talk more when we look at the power knee in Heat 2. I want to go down to a quick interview with Roland Siegrist, one of the key elements to CYBATHLON, who's been responsible for developing these competitions. First quick question for you, Roland. It was a real honour to have Robert Riener in the commentary box, and now a chance to chat to yourself. This concept has come on so much since 2016. The growth and the development from all of the various competitions has been so impressive. Tell us your thoughts on how, from 2016 to 2023, we seem to have come so far in a short period of time.
Yes, that's true. We started with quite some teams already in 2016 competing in Zurich, and now we further developed the competition. We increased the difficulty level of all the discipline, of all the tasks, as we just heard from the Esser team. Our tasks are really tricky now. We challenge the tasks of daily life more and more. This is also the feedback we had, for example, from the leg prosthesis team. We should increase the difficulty level. We did that now, and now the teams have the challenge to improve here, to push the limits of prosthesis, for example, and of course also in the other disciplines.
And Roland, rather than just seeing CYBATHLON every 4 years, you've developed the challenges concept that is obviously fantastic for the fans and the viewers, but it's also very important for the teams to get this opportunity on the road to CYBATHLON, to test their technology, give their pilots some competition environment experience. How happy are you with today, and how happy are you with the CYBATHLON Challenges pathway?
Yes, I'm very happy with the CYBATHLON Challenges competition, because it also helps the teams to develop the technology together with the pilots. So the pilots give feedback to the developers, and if we have these challenges at least once a year, they have to be ready to solve the tasks of daily life together, and they can train to the CYBATHLON 2024 edition. And this is very important, this co-working of the pilot and the developer on the real task that we will also have in 2024.
And one last quick question, Roland. Who gets all these crazy ideas? Who gets all of these ideas to come up with new tests, new challenges, new competition format? Because it's been fascinating, to say the least, in today's competition.
Yes, of course, we have a large community supporting us in developing the task. We have technology developers that help us. We have the end users, so the pilots that help us to develop the competition further. We have experts from different fields that we ask. We do a lot of testing, and our head of disciplines, like Chiara, also develops the competition task together with the whole CYBATHLON team. It's a lot of effort we put into the races and rules book, because it has to make sense for the teams. So if we have good tasks to ask them to solve, we get a lot of teams competing in the CYBATHLON competition, and finally reach our goal to improve technology for people with disabilities.
Roland, many thanks for your time, and a big congratulations to you and your team. Another fantastic day of challenges for CYBATHLON today. Thank you. Chiara, let's quickly pick up on Roland's words there. It's a big team effort. You're part of that team developing the prosthetic leg format and competitions. How important is that teamwork to build the success of CYBATHLON? Because the end result goes back to people who live everyday lives with disability.
Yeah, I think it's a teamwork that must be there. We cannot, we would not be able to see what it's today without a very strong team building and brainstorming of all the idea. Because for coming up with these 10 tasks that we will say in CYBATHLON 2024, we have brainstormed a lot. We have discussed a lot on each task because it's really getting difficult to challenge the pilots. The prosthetic field, particularly the leg, is so good and so advanced that the challenging the pilot is really becoming tricky also for us to decide which task to perform. And yeah, I think this is the very nice spirit of CYBATHLON, of working all together.
It sounds very technical. It sounds very complex. Is it good fun?
It's a lot of fun. It's rare. It's a lot of fun, and it's amazing. Work together, and as Roland said, working very closely to the end users, so really getting their perspective, their feedbacks on how to improve and how to really create new challenges for them and for the company and the research group in order to solve them.
And we're having fun here in the commentary box, but we've got to take a quick commercial break. Now, don't go too far away. We'll be back with the second heat of the leg prosthesis race, and we'll have an even closer look at that power knee. And of course, the pilot will be looking to improve his time as well. We'll be back in just a short while.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und um mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023. We are in the leg prosthetic race. Joining myself, Nick Fellows, is Chiara Basla. We've got the superstars from Iceland. Only one team in the competition, but it has given us an opportunity to dig deep and learn more about this power leg, or power knee as it's known, from the Esser Bionics team. They are ready and waiting with their second heat. It's all against the clock for their pilot, Gauti Stephenson. Two challenges, one of hurdles, and then the second, climbing a ladder, picking up an apple. You can see for yourselves between Gauti and our referee, just under 15 seconds now on the clock. Now, what Stephenson is trying to do here, he's trying to improve on his time. Again, it gives us a chance to look at his technique, also to look how he uses this prosthetic leg to his advantage. And one thing that has really been impressive for me, Chiara, is the balance when he's just using the prosthetic leg to step over.
So the prosthetic leg has a lot of sensor in it, and they help him identify when it's putting weight on the prosthesis, so that the prosthetic become much stiffer and it allows to bearing the weight of the pilot itself, so the knee doesn't collapse. So this is how the prosthetic works. So you just realize that he's putting weight on it.
And he's using or working with the prosthetic leg at the attachment from sensors on the amputation itself?
No, there are no sensors at the amputation. All the sensors are inside the prosthetic itself. So they are inertial measurement units, gyroscope, angular sensors that allow to understand the position of the prosthesis in space and detect the action that the pilot is doing. And that is what allows the prosthesis to decide in which modality to work.
It's fantastic. It really is starting to make maneuverability. Now, the blue step means that must be used by the prosthetic leg.
And the pilot before was saying that this is a bit scary, and I believe that the heppels make it even more difficult because of the balancing of the heppel. Yeah, wow.
And he beats his own score. Right. That is just absolutely brilliant. 9 seconds faster than the first heat. And the Esser Bionics team have got to be happy with that. Absolutely delighted. It's another piece of superb work from Stephenson there. Those lights flashing in the back, that is the whole thing in operation, I presume.
Yeah, it's just an LED that tells that the prosthesis is on and is working correctly. And it's just also, I assume it gives the status of the battery. So in case the battery has to be charged.
Well, this power knee really has been demonstrating at its finest here. Different heights of the hurdles. And that blue step on the ladder, as we said in the real-time practice or performance, has to be stood on. He knows it's coming. And look how much stability it gives him. It is so impressive whilst he's balancing the apple on the plate.
And he also has very, very little space for maneuvering the prosthesis. And I think that is also another aspect that makes the task really, really difficult.
Goti, that was another very, very impressive performance. Try and describe to our viewers how the leg works for you, firstly in the hurdles and then climbing the ladder.
Well, it's easy to describe it in the ladder. It's a motorized knee, so you have to trigger a stair descent mode, so it helps you up. It is actually lifts you up. And downstairs you have to squeeze the knee so it bends and supports you during the travel down. And the hurdles is it's a bit trickier because you have to control it more with your gestures. So yeah. I don't know.
No,
as I say, it's designed for walking and standing up and sitting and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's fantastic the way we're pushing you and the team with these tests. How much training are you doing, Goti? How much time are you putting in to be able to not only conquer these challenges, but as we saw in Heat 2, go a good few seconds faster as well?
Well, actually, honestly, I haven't trained a lot. I train a lot, but not on this. Yeah. I can improve also.
Well, thank you for your honesty, but 2024 and the big one is not too far away. Hopefully, you have a pretty solid training campaign, and hopefully the power knee is even more impressive in October than it was here today. I'd like to say congratulations to both of you guys. A brilliant team effort, and what an amazing piece of technology. Guys, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I really enjoyed that, Chiara. I really enjoyed your words. But what we want to hear from you is what can we expect to see in October of next year? How many different types of power knee are being developed by other companies, and what variation can we expect to see? Because that's not the only piece of tech that's been developed in this field, is it?
No, of course, there are many different technologies. As I was saying before, there are passive prostheses that are much more simpler, but I have to say in the past they have even performed better than active prostheses, so there is really the challenge is still open. And then there are microprocessored knee prostheses which don't have an active motor but still have pieces of electronic to control the movement. And then there are, as I said before, the sensorized prostheses which really provide feedbacks back to the participants when they are performing the task.
And the leg prosthetic race is always one of the exciting ones, isn't it? It's very dynamic, it's very fast. What have you got in mind for the actual challenge itself in CYBATHLON 2024? Because to be fair, Goti made that challenge look a little easier than I expected.
Yeah, I know. As I said before, we work very hard to try to make it harder for the pilots. Probably we have to work a little bit more because it seemed really easy for the pilot. But I think in the 10 tasks that we will see in CYBATHLON 2024, there will be a lot of different challenges that the patient has to take over. And I'm sure it will be very much fun.
Oh, it's going to be brilliant. I cannot wait for October 2024 and the latest major CYBATHLON competition. So we've got another couple of races to go. Please don't go too far away. We take another break from the action, but we'll be back in a short while with the wheelchair racing, and after wheelchair, our second new discipline of vision assistance racing. But until then, many thanks to Chiara, to all of the team, and many thanks for your company. We'll be with you in just a short while. Bye-bye for now.
Still to come at the CYBATHLON Challenges, the wheelchair race. How will pilots fare negotiating high doorsteps or navigating race courses with moving robots in their high-tech wheelchairs? Watch the fastest, most skillful pilots in our live stream on CYBATHLON.com. The competition action starts at 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Don't miss this very special race. CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Ihr tretet mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the second competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The next CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the wheelchair race. Teams will have to complete the following 2 tasks both correctly and as quickly as possible. In the doorstep challenge, pilots in wheelchairs have to negotiate a high doorstep. The task is completed once they cross the finish line without having to use the floor on either side of the obstacle to do so. The crowd challenge is a dynamic task. Pilots in wheelchairs navigate a course leading them between 2 tables and past 4 moving robots. The task is completed as soon as they cross the finish line without having touched the robots themselves or with their wheelchair. Competitors have 2 attempts in 2 heats. The better attempt will count. Competitors score 10 points for each correctly completed task. Whoever wins most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race.
Hello and welcome to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023, live once again from the ETH of Zurich, a world-famous university founded in 1854. We have gathered the best of the best from Europe, Scandinavia, North America and Asia as we move forward to race 4 of the day, the wheelchair race, with a very special guest, Christian Bermes, joining us via Zoom location. Now, CYBATHLON Challenges are all about testing the technology, the teams and the pilots. We've had 15 teams in action, with 5 races to be contested, 2 heats per race. And it's here at the ETH in Zurich that truly is the home, the heartbeat, the soul of CYBATHLON. Originally developed in 2016, this is one of the top universities in the world with quite an amazing alumni, including Albert Einstein and John von Neumann, to name just a few. You're starting to get the picture of how much the science and technology is really part and key. Now let's have a look at some of the countries that are in action throughout the day here at CYBATHLON Challenges. Like we say, many nations, and we'll be seeing action as far away as Asia. We've seen a winner in China earlier today, and we'll also wrap up in North America. But for the wheelchair race, we are here in Switzerland. Now, I'm delighted to welcome the star of CYBATHLON in many ways. He's a gold medalist. He's a team player. He's just about seen and done it all. Of course, it is Christian Bermes, who is a master of science himself. Christian, it is great to have you on board, and quite impressively via a Zoom communication. We've got a lot to look forward to in this wheelchair race. But for you, what is the essence? What are we trying to learn and achieve from these wheelchair races to make everyday life better for many people?
Well, thank you very much for having me here today, Nick. It's a pleasure to be on the commentary board. And I think what we will see in the wheelchair race is really technology that gives people more autonomy in their everyday lives. And I think both teams have that already in their names. Enhanced as well as autark, which both means sort of improvement or complete independence. And I'm very curious to see what we will have on the obstacles today.
And of course, Christian, you yourself, you've been part of this CYBATHLON amazing story since the beginning. You've been a competitor, you've been part of the teams. Basically, bringing you to the COMBOX means that you've been on every possible team and side of the fence. Just describe to us a little bit what it's like down there in the competition arena, because it really is a test of teamwork as well as the pilot, as well as the technology. Give us a few of your experiences.
The mixture today is quite good. We have a complete newcomer team as well as a very experienced team. And being a complete newcomer to CYBATHLON in 2016, I think I know how these guys are feeling right now. It's their first public competition. Of course, they want to perform well. I'm sure they've done their homework, and now they want to go out and show the world what they've got. And then on the other hand, Enhanced, a very experienced team. They have been to many CYBATHLON races. They basically have their procedures perfected. And for them, I guess it's very much testing on the new obstacles, but of course, they have a bit of the advantage of the favorite, that they are not as desperate to show what they've got, because everybody knows what they've got.
Right, stay in the seat, Christian, because we're really looking forward to your expert analysis here in this wheelchair race. A gentleman that has seen it, done it. He's got more than one T-shirt, you name it. Christian has done it, so he's going to really get us deep into this race. And first up will be the team from Germany. Let's hear a little bit more about the autark team.
Aachen team autark and their pilot Florian Ernst will compete in Zurich.
Now, let's take a look at the two teams. Florian Ernst is the pilot for the German autark team, and then Rolf Schock for Robility Enhanced, the Swiss team here. Two challenges. The first of the two challenges is doorstep. We're calling it doorstep. And the second is crowd. Now, countdown is already to 8 seconds. Now, we've got news, breaking news here, that the autark team may well have to skip one of the challenges. And that is due, here we see the red flag going up. That's due to a technicality that meant that the autark team weren't quite ready with their equipment for the first of the two challenges. So they're going to pass on the first and go into the second. And this crowd challenge for me, Christian, it's fascinating, because you can clearly see this is something that could be problematic for any wheelchair user across the globe. Tell us a little bit more and give us the skills on how to beat this test.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's super exciting. For the first time at CYBATHLON, we have a dynamic obstacle in the powered wheelchair race, so an obstacle that basically has some active elements in it, and you need to react to those elements. And of course, that requires a lot of skill. Your wheelchair has to still be maneuverable enough to get through the tables, but at the same time, you also need to be patient in the pilot seat, and you need to find the right gap to move your wheelchair into, and then have the confidence in your machine that it really does what you want it to do.
And he's been got by one of those robots, Christian. It came from behind, and he never saw it coming.
That's exactly what it is, right? Nevertheless, a big round of applause.
And I'm delighted for Florian Ernst as well here.
It's the first time at CYBATHLON, and just being here already makes him a winner.
Yeah, no, that's great words, Christian. It really is. But this is the complexity of the challenge here. As Our expert analyst has pointed out for the very first time we have dynamic or moving obstacles to deal with. And just look at this robot that gets the back of the wheelchair, that gives the race referee no choice but to put the red flag into the air. Remember, CYBATHLON Challenges are the stepping stone. They're the road to. It's a way of getting yourself prepared. These guys are here for the first time. I'm delighted that they finally got to make their debut. But Christian, it is a very difficult challenge, this crowd challenge, because they're not just moving in front of you, they're moving behind you, which has got the better of Florian Ernst there. I'd say this is one of the toughest wheelchair challenges we've seen to date. Would you agree? And tell us the best way to conquer it.
I don't know what the best way is to conquer it, but I would say that you need both. You need the patience to wait, and then when you find the right gap, you really need to be fast, and you need to get into that gap and move through the obstacle, and that's what makes it so challenging. Also, it requires a lot from the pilot, because I mean, you're very used up by your machine. You have a lot of things to control on the machine, and at the same time, you also have to observe your surroundings and those tiny little nasty robots that that come into play.
And it's perfect. Now, a lot of the teams that will be with us in October 2024 will be watching right now. This could be one of the challenges for the big event in a year's time. What would your advice be from a training perspective? How do you get yourself ready for, as you called it, those nasty little robots?
Well, I would say train as you fight. Try to get the original obstacle, or try to rebuild it. That's possible. All the dimensions of the furniture and also the robots that are commercially available, and then really just first of all develop the device with your pilot, and then go to training with the pilot and try to figure out the strategy that works for you. And then once competition day comes, stick to your strategy that has proven to be successful for you.
Great words, Christian. Really good words. Stay with us. We're about to move on to the second team, and let's hear more about the Swiss team, Robility Enhanced.
The Robility team, sent by the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Sciences in Rapperswil, will compete in Zurich. They can rely on their very experienced and successful pilot, Rolf Schoch. The team uses a modular approach. Each module of the wheelchair is developed by students as part of their bachelor's or master's degree in mechanical engineering. The result is a four-wheel drive wheelchair with lowerable endless rubber chains for stairs and a robotic arm to open and close doors.
Let's take a look at Rolf Schoch and Robility Enhanced here. One of the most experienced teams in the world of CYBATHLON. They very, very rarely lose, and I believe, Christian, that this is a very valuable training exercise to maintain that impressive list of gold medals that they continue to collect at each and every one of the CYBATHLON Challenges. But of course, it's a very different looking chair and a very different type of technology as we go into the first of the challenges.
Yeah, here we really see a completely different design. A four-wheel chair, all the wheels are suspended and driven. Nevertheless, already the rubber chain comes into play to get over the obstacle, which means that it's a really, really tough obstacle. You cannot just drive over it. You really need your stair climbing mechanism, for which this track is originally designed for, to get over the obstacle. And this shows, first of all, that the wheelchair that Rolf is using is super versatile. And again, how hard the task is that Autark had to leave out in the first heat.
Very impressive. Look at the time as well.
There go the first points. Points are more decisive than time, and Rolf does it perfectly.
Now there's a lateral movement as he's working away those nasty robots. Again, the tech here is most impressive, Christian.
It's another nice feature of the wheelchair that all the wheels are steerable. So it's basically omnidirectional. And that's a huge advantage in this kind of obstacle. Just look how smoothly Rolf goes through the robots. And there he goes.
That is a huge wow from me in the comm box here, Christian. I know you've seen it all before. First and foremost, Rolf Schock has got to be the coolest customer of the day. Didn't even break a sweat or look concerned at all. But secondarily, the maneuverability of the chair, 20 points, 1.17 seconds, is something very special indeed. What do you see in these slow-mo replays? Because for me, I can't see anywhere where this team can improve, to be honest.
Well, it looked super routinely what Rolf did, and I think it's due to all the training that the team did. They definitely did their homework before the competition, and that pays off now. Rolf knows exactly what to do. He's completely present throughout the race. Nothing surprises him, and he just cuts through the parkour here. Very nicely done. I'm super impressed.
And of course, that first challenge could be any doorway, any entrance, on and off a balcony, into the garden. But this, for me, was where the training comes into play. He knew exactly where the chair was at the right time. Timing near perfection.
Yes, agree. Perfect. Let's keep in mind, though, there are 8 other obstacles to come at CYBATHLON 2024. So we've seen 2 of them, but on those, the team is already perfect. Wow.
Really enjoyed that performance, and I'm hoping that we are ready to go down and have a chat with Rolf. We'll be there in a short while. But Christian, again, you say there's a lot more challenges to come in the big race in October 2024. But Rability Enhanced, they really are the stars of the show, the team to beat. A lot of other teams are tuning into our broadcast right now. Can you give the rest of the world a few tips on how to beat the Swiss Masters?
Well, my tips might be a bit outdated because I haven't followed the team so closely in the past 3 years, and I'm sure they have improved, and we've just seen that in the video, in the live broadcast. But I think my advice to all the teams is train hard, develop with your pilot, and then when the race day comes, stick to your plan. And always chase those points. Don't chase the time, because time can be irrelevant if you don't score the points.
Great words. Now, I believe we are now ready for that interview with Rolf Schock. Rolf, congratulations. An absolutely brilliant performance. How much training and how much fine-tuning of the wheelchair have you had to put in to make it look so easy today?
Wir haben drei oder 4 Mal haben wir trainiert.
This time it was really not as much training. We only had 3 or 4 times training. The challenging part was going between the robots. And I think it was feeling for the machine that's pretty easy for us.
Well, I have to say, Sylvia, you really did make it look very easy. What is the development now for you and the team? You use the challenges as a stepping stone. Where do you take this very impressive chair, and where do you take the program building up to October 2024? Because from my perspective, it looked near perfect today, I have to say.
Ja, es war ziemlich perfekt jetzt.
It was kind of a perfect run, that's true. It was the safe run, though. Let's see what happens in the next run.
Very cool, as is all. Sylvia, can you describe how it all fits together? Pilot, team leader, technicians. Just give us a little bit of background on how the Rability Enhanced team works, because Rolf has a very important job, but backstage there's an even more important job.
I think they're all equally important. I mean, we're working as a team together. We've been working as a team together since 2015 already. We had people coming in the team, joining from different disciplines, leaving again, bringing their skills in. We do have a project manager, typically a technical lead, the pilot, and a lot of different people from different backgrounds who bring their expertise, especially when it comes to inclusion and mobility in the team.
Sylvia, great words. Congratulations. A very impressive first heat, but we've got a second heat to come. And let's hope that Rolf can beat his own time in that second heat to put on a show. I like the way Rolf's nodding his head there. Very impressive. Well done, guys. That was the perfect start and a really brilliant demonstration. Looking forward to seeing you in Heat 2. Thank you. Well, that was really quite remarkable. We know Rolf Schock is one of the big names in CYBATHLON. They've won just about everything that we've thrown at them. But believe you me, we will keep testing them. Now, we have to take a quick break, but please don't go too far away. We'll be back with Heat 2 of the men's wheelchair race, and we'll also hear more from Christian Bermes after these short messages. I'll see you in a while.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse darauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023, live from the ETH of Zurich. Nick Fellows and Christian Bermes are in the middle of the wheelchair race. Christian, very impressive performance from Robility Enhanced. We kind of knew that it was coming, but nonetheless, how valuable are these challenges in the build-up? How valuable is that time on the track, as they would say in motorsport? How valuable is that time within the competition environment to any team, not just one of the master teams like Robility?
I would say it's super important to have those events. First of all, you can learn a lot. You can learn a lot about your machine, about your spare part situation, what you have to bring to the track, your logistics overall, when you need to start. When you need to leave home in order to be there on time. So it's a good dress rehearsal for the competition day. And then, of course, if you just look at the racetrack experience, that is important for the pilot, of course. It gives you a lot of confidence if you perform well. And you get a bit of a feeling of the competition. I would nevertheless not overrate the results that you get, because you also normally have a racetrack at home where you get lots and lots of training runs, and where you normally, as soon as you get maximal points, you fight for the times. And so I would just say the atmosphere is the decisive element that makes those events so valuable.
And of course, the end result, what we're trying to achieve here is people with disability all over the world benefiting from what we're doing here at CYBATHLON. For a wheelchair user to know that he can climb stairs, for a wheelchair user to know that he can move around what we're using robots, but could be people or could be so many circumstances. do you feel passionate about the fact that what we are doing here is to make life better for others? And is there anything that we could be doing to give even more impetus to our mission statement?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's a great purpose, of course, but let's not forget that it's also fun to race. And if from this fun aspect of racing and from the competition aspect, you get sort of as a side product improvement of people's lives, that is a perfect combination. So you have fun and you do something good while you're at it. If you want to know what could be done better, just think about maybe the reward that you get for CYBATHLON. I mean, the teams, they put so much into their teams, into their pilots, into their machines. They really shed their heart blood on the racetracks. But there's not really, let's say, an incentive like research money or something that you could win. So it's a completely, let's say, gain-free event so far. And if you could win some prize money, as in other robotics competitions, I would say teams might be even more motivated.
We've noted it. Let's see if we can work on it. Let's immediately go to Autak for the second heat of the wheelchair race. Christian, follow this one carefully, because both you and I are really delighted that the Autak team are here. They're competing for the first time. As you said earlier, that is an achievement in its own right. To learn, to feel, to understand, to be aware of this environment. We know that Autak haven't passed all of the necessary tech tests to be able to take on the first part of the challenge. But Christian, let's have a close look and talk it through the second part of the challenge.
Yeah, let's wish the pilot best of luck for the second attempt. And I think that here we see the crucial aspect, right? He is gaining experience now on this very difficult parkour. So he's waiting for the gap, and it'll open soon. Okay, now the chance might be there, and I think now he needs to be fast and just move right into that gap. Okay, he's proving a lot of patience here, that's good, and he certainly has that time. And now it might open up. Now he goes, here he goes. And I would say that's the perfect situation. He's just closely following the robot that just opened the gap, and I'm sure that he will be successful now.
A little bit of direction here, and this is great news.
Yes.
And already a round of applause as Autak complete their first challenge in CYBATHLON, and that is brilliant news.
This is so rewarding for the team and for the pilot, because that's what they worked for so hard. So we cannot give them enough credit for this.
And well done to Florian Ernst, the pilot. The helmet goes sideways, and that is a huge step forward for the Autak team here. They have worked so hard to earn their right and their place here. There's a lot of criteria that they have to go through, isn't there, Christian, to make sure that they're in a position to compete. And
exactly, they need to go through quite a tedious technical check before they are even allowed to get up on the racetrack, to prove that the device is safe, that the pilot has complete control over the device, and that nobody is in risk, neither the pilot nor the spotters that protect the pilot on the track. And just going through this really rigorous tech check and passing it is already a huge success. And then already scoring on the points in the first show up at CYBATHLON is a huge achievement. So congrats to the team.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Wonderful words, Christian. And Florian is just moving into position, and I believe we're ready to have a quick chat. Florian, hopefully you can hear me. Congratulations. That was a huge achievement in your first CYBATHLON competition. How did you manage to get it right on the second heat, because it was tough for you on the first heat? Tell us how it went for you.
Wie du es beim zweiten Mal hinbekommen hast.
Ich war einfach weniger nervös wie beim ersten Mal.
The second time he was a lot less nervous than the first time. So this helped a lot.
And how much does it help the Autak team First of all, competing for the first time, and then learning from the competition environment, learning from the challenge. How important was it for you today?
It's very important for us, especially the exchange with other participants, to talk about our technology, to talk about our wheelchair, but also learn from the other teams, how do they do it in order to make the next year with all the challenges together.
Gernot, I have one more little cheeky question. Why does Florian turn the helmet round backwards? Does he think that makes him look cool?
Sieht das cooler aus, wenn du den Helm drehst? Oder warum hast du ihn umgedreht?
Hat hier vorne so ein bisschen gekniffen.
Just because it's more comfortable.
It's more comfortable. Tell him it looks very cool as well from a TV perspective.
Sieht sehr, sehr cool aus der TV-Perspektive.
Well done, guys. Congratulations. We're absolutely delighted to have you here, and well done. You've had a magical day today.
Thank you very much.
So, Christian, you spotted it earlier that they were so pleased just to get here, just to compete, just to have their first taste of CYBATHLON. And we clearly see it there from Gernot and Florian, ecstatic. They will take so much away from today's experience, which to many of us didn't look like much, but you can clearly see from the interview how much it meant to them.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much around the competition itself. They come from Aachen in Germany, so they've had a multi-hour probably car drive here. They had to get their logistics organized and transport everything here. They were not obliged to do that. They could have as well just performed on their own racetrack in Aachen. Nevertheless, they came here to Switzerland because I think they wanted to get a sip of the CYBATHLON spirit, and they clearly got it. And just happy to see them here. It's to see them so happy here. And I think with Robility Enhanced, they have really also met a great team in order to learn and in order to exchange ideas and get ready for CYBATHLON 2024.
And here's another team ready to go. Christian, let's watch very carefully, because weren't they impressive in their first heat? Robility Enhanced are down and ready in the competition area. 10 seconds counting down on the clock. Rolf Schock, he knows he's won this. He's trying to beat his own time. He was so calm and cool in Heat 1. Let's see if he can find a little bit more speed in Heat 2 here. Christian, talk us through the exact movements that he's making. Tell us what the machine is actually doing here right now.
Yeah, we could just see that Rolf lowered the rubber tracks. The rubber tracks are normally intended to climb stairs, but the obstacle is so difficult that he uses the tracks also here, which is perfectly fine and a good strategy to overcome this obstacle. And it's maybe a bit slower than going on the wheels, but if you cannot manage to get over that obstacle on your wheels, it's a perfect decision to go on the tracks here right now. And now you see he retracks the rubber tracks, is back on the wheels, and is already at the second obstacle in a super fast time again.
Just brilliant. Into obstacle 2 at 45 seconds, 10 points on the board. He's against his own target time of 1 minute, 17 seconds. I love this lateral movement to weave his way around the robots. So impressive from the chair once again.
Absolutely. It requires both a very mobile chair as well as a skilled pilot. You do not just step into this wheelchair and then drive it. You need to learn how to operate this wheelchair and just look at
He's there.
He went through this.
Christian, he's beaten his own time by 1 second. Ralf Schock does it again. But those robots were coming quicker and quicker, almost looking to gobble him up and get a hold of him. But he just laterally weaved his way through. That was wonderful to watch. Real skill. And Christian, talk us through this in slow motion again, because it was wonderful to watch.
Yeah, again, we see the robot drive in sideways mode. We see how focused, if you look at Rolf's face, how focused he is right now in order to avoid the obstacles, and he does that in a perfect manner. So he can just quickly evade those tiny little robots and smoothly, really, really smoothly just go through the obstacle. And then he even gives us a smile at the end.
Well, there is Rolf and Sylvia ready for a quick chat. Sylvia, just 1 second quicker than the first heat, but it was the skill that we saw there. He could see the robot closing in on the chair, and Rolf almost had a, just amount of time. Is that skill of the pilot? Was there a little bit of lady luck there, or is that something that you specifically trained for?
We trained that. That was exactly the challenge what Rolf had to train. Plus, we have a coach who is following and he's giving the command. So Rolf knew that as soon as Benny would give the commands, that everything would go fine.
Well, that was a sensational performance. Now, what the rest of the world want to know is what are the next steps for you and Rolf leading up to October 2024?
Yeah, as you might know, we're not just a wheelchair team, we're also an exoskeleton team. And we're merging both disciplines into one. So currently we're working on a device which combines the advantages of manual wheelchairs together with exoskeletons. You can imagine like a Transformers structures which can stand up and sit down. And this device is about to be taken into operation right now. In the next couple of weeks, we should be able to do the first tests, and then we should be able to start with a human inside. And hopefully in summer, we can start with a paraplegic person in the robot.
Sylvia, that sounds absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to see that. I have one last little question for Rolf, if you could translate for me. I get the feeling that you work him very hard, and with the big event coming up next year, you're going to work him even harder. Is Rolf having fun out there?
Yes.
No need to translate. Rolf is having fun, yes.
I like the way that answer was sharp, crisp, clean and clear. Well done, Rolf. That was a spectacular performance. Sylvia, congratulations to you and your team. We're so looking forward to seeing that exoskeleton. And Rolf, keep up the good work. We will see you in October.
Thank you so much. See you soon.
Well, Christian, quick word from you, because we've been allowed into a little bit of the R&D of the Robility Enhanced team. A brand new exoskeleton coming. Your thoughts on that?
Super excited to see this device operating. I've heard that they're developing this kind of device, and I really want to see it in real. It's the thought is unreal, and I have no doubt that these guys will perform well in it.
Well, a brilliant wheelchair race. We've had a little bit of a look forwards, as well as some new teams making it. A quick sum up from you on the wheelchair race, not only for today, Christian, but looking forward to 2024. There will be more challenges, more teams when we get to the major event of 2024. But we've had a little glimpse of the skill levels that will need to be achieved today.
I can only say that the level is incredibly high at CYBATHLON, and especially in the powered wheelchair race. The teams have become so professional, and it's super hard for newcomers to get into the field. So again, hats off to Artak that they are attacking this challenge, and of course hats off to Robility Enhanced, showing again that they did not just sleep in the meantime, but they improved quite a lot to get ready for CYBATHLON 2024. It's just amazing to see this.
Well, Christian, thank you. Some great words and some really valuable insights from your expert analysis today. Now, to all of our viewers, I have to remind you that we still have one race to go here at CYBATHLON Challenges 2023, and it's one of our new disciplines. And I can promise you it's one that you do not want to miss. It is the Vision Assistance Race. It's coming up as our fifth and final of 4 p.m. local time here in Zurich, and there is some amazing technology on display. So the Vision Assistance Race will be our next competition here in Zurich. We'll take a quick break, but until then, on behalf of all of the CYBATHLON team, many thanks for your company. It's goodbye for now.
Still to come at the CYBATHLON Challenges. The Vision Assistance Race. How do pilots using vision assistance devices manage to cope with obstacles and various tasks? Watch them perform in our live stream on CYBATHLON.com and find out who will become the very first winner of this new CYBATHLON discipline. The competition action starts at 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Don't miss this very special race. CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Wir treten mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the second competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The last CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the Vision Assistance Race. Teams will have to complete the following 2 tasks both correctly and as quickly as possible. In the Sidewalk Challenge, pilots must find their way around various objects that have been randomly placed on the course. The task is completed as soon as competitors cross the finish line and neither they nor their assistance robots have touched any object. The Serving Food Challenge entails transporting a soup bowl, a glass and a bottle from one table to another and to place them on the second table. Before moving the glass, competitors have to fill it with water from the bottle up to the mark. Neither soup nor water can be spilled. No items must fall to the floor. The task is completed as soon as all items are positioned correctly on the second table and pilots cross the finish line without having touched any of the red objects. Competitors have 2 attempts in 2 heats. The better attempt will count. Each correctly completed task earns competitors 10 points. Whoever scores the most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race.
Hello and welcome to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023, live from the ETH of Zurich, a university founded back in 1854 and, as many of you know, is one of the best in the world. Now, joining myself, Nick Fellows, in the commentary box is our expert analyst for the Vision Assistance Race. It's the robotic experts, Patrick Pfreundschuh. Pfreundschuh, I got that correct.
Yes.
And Patrick, welcome to the Combox. This is one of the new disciplines that have been brought in to the CYBATHLON Challenges. We are very much looking forward to seeing the 2 teams in action with 2 very different concepts for the Vision Assistance Race. Before we get into a little more detail, give us a little bit on your thoughts on what we will be seeing, what this is all about, and how difficult is the challenge today?
So I think the challenges today are quite difficult because there are very narrow passages so in the first task, the sidewalk task, there's going to be very narrow passages that the pilots have to steer through, and also there are some transparent objects, so they are already kind of hard to see for vision, like for a human with regular vision on a camera. So it's going to be even harder for the assistive device to detect them and to avoid them. And then the second challenge, the actual location where you have to put the plate, is going to be very narrow in between the cutlery. So this is also going to be another core challenge where we can see if the team is actually successful or not.
Patrick, let's talk briefly about those 2 teams. One from Hungary. We're going to go all the way to Massachusetts in the United States of America to hear from the Flashlight team in Amherst. 2 very different concepts of vision assistance. First, the Hungarians, very different to a robotic guide dog in the United States of America.
Exactly.
Tell us a little bit more about the two vision assistants, key components for both the Hungarian and the American teams today.
Yeah, so the Hungarian team system is based on a smartphone, and while the US team is based on a quadrupedal dog. So it's kind of a robotic guidance dog. And of course, what differs very much is that on the one hand side, the person in the US is kind of guided by the dog, while on the other hand, the person only receives, like in the Hungarian team, the person only receives audio input. So that's a very different signal for the person, and we're going to see what actually is going to be beneficial for this competition.
It's going to be a fascinating competition. It's a new discipline, and we're all waiting with tender hooks to see how this one unfolds. Now, I must remind you that the ETH Zurich has hosted CYBATHLON since 2016, and the challenges are an opportunity to test and prepare for the main event that happens next year. This is, of course, one of the top universities in the world. ETH Zurich has an amazing alumni, including Albert Einstein, John van Neumann, to name but a few. But this race today, the fifth and final race of the day, is a brand new race, and we're certainly looking forward to see it. Now, we're going to be here at the hub in Zurich for the Hungarian team, and over in the United States of America, Massachusetts to be precise, for the second team. So let's take a look at the two pilots and their teams. The Hungarian team and their pilot is Peter Sulyok, and Bill DeMeo from the United States of America is the pilot for the Flashlight team. Now, before we get into the action, let's get a little more detail. First up is iRider from Hungary.
Hungary's iRider team will compete in the Zurich hub. The team and their pilot, Peter Sulyok, are based in Budapest. The Faculty of Information, Technology and Bionics works in various areas of research. Its members focus, among other things, on improving assistive devices for visually impaired people, like iRider pilot Peter Sulyok.
So here we go. We're waiting for the 30-second countdown. Peter Sulyok will be the first to go. Now, it is the Hungarian team that will lay the challenge down. Remember, we have two challenges. There is a time limit on those two challenges of 4 minutes for the vision assistance race. And with 10 points for each challenge. Christoph Karax is the team lead, watching carefully here. Brand new discipline, a brand new team. Here we go with the count. Now, Peter Sulyok is already out on there. First thing I notice, he's starting in socks, Patrick. Why would that be the case?
To be honest, I have no idea why that is the case. Maybe it makes him feel more comfortable on the floor, or actually maybe it helps him to be more sensitive and have like a better fine-grained orientation. This is something that I could imagine. Oh,
and there's a touch of one of the obstacles. Now, a lot of the opinion leaders down there are quickly getting back to us and telling us that that was not a touch and that he spotted us. Patrick, describe the tech that he's using here to stop him touching these obstacles and to find his way through what looks like a really mess that he has to try and weave his way through.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that he's using a smartphone in his hands. So probably the visuals, the perception system is based on the camera or a depth camera inside the phone. And then it gives him an audio signal over the headphones that informs him if you should go left, right, or if you should turn. So it's going to be very interesting how he's going to compete now, because now we saw that he put the phone into his pocket, so he cannot use the phone for navigation anymore. So let's see how he's going to solve that.
Now Peter is just moving the glass bottle and bowl to the outside of the tray. And that's possibly to give him better balance. But what he's going to have to do is work his way across. And I can see now why he's not wearing shoes, because he's clearly feeling with his feet.
Yeah, but he's coming very close to the line now.
He's got to stay inside that line. The referee is right behind him. Oh, and that was a step out of the referee. I think, again, he received some information from his mobile device, quickly brought the foot back into the competition area or the field of play.
So now he reached the table, so it's going to be interesting how he actually can perceive where the cutlery is without actually touching it. Because as we can... it seems like he's taking the phone out again. So now he's going to switch to camera navigation again.
Now, as we saw earlier today, if you step outside of that blue, what looks like a court, doesn't it really? It's a penalty. Back with the mobile device in hand now.
So first of all, he does not know on which side of the table the cutlery is, where there's already a plate, or which is the side that he has to serve it. So he's using the phone to kind of get that information. And it seems like he's taking multiple measurements, like the system is not really sure which side is the correct one. So he's scanning every side the second time now.
And when he's making that scanning, it's sending him information into the headphones.
That's what I assume. I mean, it might also give him some vibrational information, but I guess the headphones would be more straightforward. I'm not sure if the phone gave him the right information, though, because he seems to try to put it on this... Oh,
and there's a red flag. There's a spillage from Peter Suljok. The clock was going against him as well. Very interesting bit of technology incorporated in the mobile phone there, and then sending audio information to Peter. Patrick, your thoughts on this piece of technology here as vision assistance for Peter Suljok of Hungary?
Yeah, I think what's challenging about the approach that they use is that it's based on the smartphone, so it has a very limited field of view. So I can imagine, for example, when he was walking into the scooter, that the base of the scooter was just not inside the field of view from the smartphone, and of course then the smartphone cannot detect it and thereby not give any warnings to him that he should move around it. So for this, using multiple cameras might be beneficial, or dedicated cameras with a very large field of view.
Right, let's go down into the field of play. Peter and Christoph, I believe, are ready. First of all, gentlemen, congratulations. It's an absolute pleasure to have you as part of a new discipline in CYBATHLON. Christoph, can I start with you? Is there a little bit of information you can give us on the technology that Peter was using in the smartphone there?
Oh. Ja, igen a kérdés, jó. Van a mikrofon, hanem...
Okay. I think Peter is now ready. Peter and Christoph, can you hear me? Christoph's going to put the headphones in. Christoph, hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Christoph, I wanted to, first of all, say congratulations. What a great performance. It's so good to have you here as part of the CYBATHLON family in a brand new discipline for us. Can you tell us a little bit about the technology and how Peter was interacting with the smartphone to make his way through the challenges today?
Yes, thanks for hosting us. We are very glad to be here. And basically the technology we use is just vision. So through the camera of the phone, we try to understand the environment, and we give short and clear instructions for the pilot, or information in some cases. So for the obstacle detection, we try to recognize the objects. And then for the serving, we try to either the color or the object as well.
And I have a question for Peter. Peter, congratulations. That was a very impressive performance. How difficult did you find the obstacles and the track today?
Segítesz, mennyire volt nehéz a pálya ma? Azt kérdezem.
Nem is volt annyira, hát nem volt nehezebb, mint máskor. Nyilván ezek olyan fejlesztések, amik kezdeti szakaszban vannak, de nagyon előremutatóak.
Well, he says it was not more difficult than usually, but the system and the interaction is still in the development stage. So that, I mean, these problems that might occur do happen.
Peter, Christoph, congratulations. I'm absolutely delighted that you've been here. You've learned a lot, I am sure. And that wonderful piece of technology that you're developing is most definitely work in progress. I cannot wait to see you next October with a more efficient, effective, and hopefully a winning performance. Guys, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We're also looking for the second round now.
So, of course, time to prepare for the Hungarian team for their second heat. So good to have them here, which brings us on to the next team. We're going to head over to Massachusetts in the United States of America, and before they get into action, learn a little bit more about the Flashlight team.
The US team Flashlight will compete in Amherst, Massachusetts.
Hello, my name is Bill DeMayo. I'm 64 years old and live in Newington, Connecticut, in the United States of America.
Pilot Bill DeMayo and his team are based at the Dynamic and Autonomous Robotic System Lab at the University of Massachusetts.
I have retinitis pigmentosa and blind, and I have a guide dog named Lyric. I'm looking forward to the robotic competition, and I'm on the team Flashlight.
The team managed to integrate a robotic solution, a guide dog robot, to assist mobility and vision. The mobility and vision assistive system includes a robot, a wearable vest, and a feedback wristband.
We're already counting on the clock here. We are in Amherst, USA, at the University of Massachusetts. 20 seconds to go before Bill DeMayo shows us his robotic guide dog in this vision assistance race. Now, it looked fantastically impressive in yesterday's rehearsals, but it didn't quite complete the task. We are now ready to see if that little gremlin has been repaired. Start for go. And here goes the robotic guide dog. This is a fantastic piece of technology, Patrick, and something that we're very excited to watch and follow.
Yes, I like this approach. It's a very different way to solve the problem than what we saw before. And of course, it's very different because before the actual pilot has to carry the smartphone through the parkour, but here actually the pilot is guided by an active device that is walking by itself. Of course, that means that there's much more hardware involved, which also brings much more room for technical failures.
So far, so good. Weaving his way through those obstacles. He's so close. But so far, so good. Oh, no, there's a red flag there. There was a touch. And it looked like there was a touch so close on the board. That was very close and a tough call. Now we go into the second task, serving food, as we'd all understand is a real challenge for blind people since plates and glasses must be kept horizontal to make sure that the contents are not spilled while walking. Now the pilot's aim is to place a drink and a soup plate at the correct location on the table near the finish line.
Okay, so now you can... Yep, now we can start. Yep. Push the button. Yep.
One Mississippi, two.
And the robotic guide dog continues to move. taking the blind owner with it.
Just try it. Oh, he ran away. Okay. I think he failed, right?
And I'm not sure whether Bill caught one of the
Yeah, it seems like the stopping of the robot did not work properly, but now the robot stopped again, so let's see if we can bring it back.
That was great, though. Yeah.
Well, I love the way that Bill DeMeo didn't panic at all there with the dog.
Yeah, he seems really relaxed, like he was not afraid of the dog pulling him anywhere.
Yeah, so if they say anything, just let us know.
Oh, and it's red again for Bill DeMeo. And the robotic dog, well, wasn't as well behaved as we wanted him to be.
Yes, so it was actually having problems at the same... It was a different problem that occurred, but it was the same spot within the race as yesterday. So now they have a few minutes to kind of fix this up until the next run. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can already find out what the problem was and how they can fix it.
Here's the slow-mo replay of Bill just clipping the boards there, which that was such a shame because he was almost close to a complete opening challenge and 10 points on the board.
Yes, it looked incredible until that point, and I think one weakness of this system is that the system is only operating on the front camera and the side camera of the robot, so it actually has no memory of what was actually behind the robot, so it does not compensate for the fact that Bill might actually walk inside the obstacles that are behind the robot.
And of course, yeah. Well, it's a fascinating piece of technology. And I think for all of the guide dogs themselves tuning in right now, they're not going to lose their jobs, are they? Because this robotic guide dog didn't quite get it right, didn't quite get all of the maneuvers and the tech, but it will be very exciting if the American team can crack the technology and get that to work to its best possibilities. They were so close in the first challenge, but then the tech failed in the second challenge. Now, remember, both of our teams have a second heat, so there is more to come from this Vision Assistance race. And that second heat will be coming up live here in Zurich after this quick break.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach die Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und um mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023. We're in the middle of the second of our new disciplines. It's the Vision Assistance race, developing technology for blind competitors here in CYBATHLON. We're going to go straight into the competition area and take a look at the second heat now. from the Hungarian team here. Now, the Hungarian team have got quite a fascinating, quite a simple piece of technology by adapting a mobile phone's camera to allow their pilot, Peter Suliuk, to weave his way through the first challenge, which are just almost like a real-life situation for a blind person, working around scooters, chairs, boards. There's the green for go. Now, a little click on the phone, and Peter's camera will send messages to him, telling him to move.
So interestingly, he got rid of the headphones now, so maybe he's using the speaker of the phone now. Because in the first run, he had the headphones plugged into the phone and into his ears. Now it's going to be very interesting to see if the camera actually can detect the bottle.
And look at this clear bottle, Patrick. I mean, it's difficult for us to see through the camera lenses here, but the phone is telling Peter to make a turn.
Exactly. It seems like the phone actually detected it and tells him to go around it.
And it looks and sounds like it's an audio response now.
Yeah, it sounds like a very fast audio response. Oh.
No,
now it actually realized that he's at the border and told him to go back. And let's see if it can actually get him out of this dead end in front of the sign and navigate him between the bottle and the sign.
Come on, Peter, you can do this. This is absolutely brilliant. And it's all by the communication of his mobile phone. And it looks like he's close to the line now. And this is the first 10 points of a brand new race here. And well done, Peter Suliuk. That is absolutely spectacular. I'm thrilled for the Hungarian team. I'm thrilled for Peter as well. Well, I loved it that they told us in their interview, don't worry, we'll be back for Heat 2, and we're still feeling confident. And mission accomplished. Now, there is a timer on this of 4 minutes. Right now, that doesn't really matter. What we want to see is Peter just complete 2 challenges here. He's in a much better position, and you can see how the confidence of that first challenge success has really got Peter now moving smoothly. He's got that tray on the table. All of this information coming from his mobile phone.
So now he's going to take it out of his pocket again to scan the table to detect on which side of the table the plate is and on which side he actually has to put the second plate. So it seems like the technology is working better this time, because in the first one he had to do 2 scans on both sides. Now he seems confident after the first scan.
Now this is where he picked up the penalty, where he spilt the imaginary soup. Come on, Peter. 3 minutes on the clock of the 4 that are allowed. But this could be something special. He's got to grip that quite tightly with one hand so he doesn't spill any of the contents. Peter, put it down, put it down. Yes, great. He's there. First part, 1 challenge left to go. And watch that clock. It's at 3 minutes 15. He's got 45 seconds to complete this and pick up the perfect score.
This is also a very interesting solution, how he's actually listening to see how full the glass is.
No, he thinks... Everybody is quiet, listening with Peter. Puts the glass back onto the tray, top back on the bottle. 15 seconds left on the clock. Peter just needs to put that glass into position now. Come on, Peter, you can do this. We want 20 points on the board. There's 9 seconds left. Peter, go for the line. And the clock is stopped and he's there. That is quite spectacular. 3 minutes 54, 6 seconds shy of the total target time. 20 points on the board, and that is brilliant. I'm absolutely thrilled for the iRider team from Hungary. And Peter Suliuk has done it. Well, that is quite extraordinary. And there was me saying in our interview, we'll see you in October when you've got the technology right. These boys have proved us completely wrong. Patrick, your thoughts on this, because there was a number of times when I thought he was going to walk straight into that bottle and the technology kept him away.
Yeah, that was a really stunning performance, and it's very impressive because it's such a sleek and elegant solution with just using the smartphone, because this could easily adapt to the mass markets, and like every person has a smartphone these days, so you don't have to fiddle around with complicated hardware that the person has to take care of, and it can just be carried around in your pocket every time.
Oh, look how close he was to spilling a couple of drops, and the referee's making sure that there was no drops spilled. This was fascinating, listening to the pouring of the water into the glass.
Yeah, I think this team is doing a really good job of using the maximum capabilities that the blind person still has by, for example, by finding out where is the middle of this paper sheet, by finding the edges of the paper sheet with the sense of touching, and then also by sense of touch finding the middle of it. So other teams might complicate this problem by actually looking at it with the phone, but they are actually using the maximum capabilities that the person has, which makes sense because it reduces the complexity of the system.
Well, absolute joy for the iRider Hungarian team. And there is Christoph to the left and Peter Sulyuk. Now, hopefully they're ready for a quick interview, because we've got a little bit of time before we go over to see the flashlight team in the United States of America. We've got time. Let's get a chat with Christoph and Peter. Wow, Christoph, I said to you in our last interview, we'll see you in October when the technology is working. You've just proved me totally wrong. The technology is ready now, and from both you, your team, and of course your pilot, Peter, that was a stunning performance, matching the whole challenge. The time was good enough, 2 scores of 10 on the board. I know you're delighted. I can see you smiling from here. But how did you lift your game? How did you manage to go literally from 0 to hero? Tell us more.
Would you like to hear me or the pilot?
Both, please. Both.
Okay. So I think it was a fantastic teamwork led by the pilot, because he was the one to go. But we are very grateful for everyone who contributed into the technology. And well, we probably needed also some luck, but this is how competition is. Az a kérdés, hogy sikerült az, hogy 0-ról 20-ra mentünk egy forduló alatt?
Pontosabb. Tehát, hogy második körben egyrészt nyilván nyugodtabb az ember, tehát hogy az én részemről a versenyszituáció, másrésztről most jobban sikerült az együttműködés a technológiával, vagy amit említettük, ez még fejlődik, szokni kell, de az a cél, hogy külön eszközök bevonása nélkül egy a mindennapokra is alkalmas eszköz jöjjön létre.
So basically, Peter says that the cooperation with the phone and the technology went much smoother in the second round, and he looks at So his goal with participating in the competition is to create a technology that can be used in everyday life and could help a lot more people than those who participate here.
Gentlemen, absolutely fantastic to you and all of the team behind you. It's remarkable. And your technology is part of a smartphone that just about everybody has one these days. This could be something really very special indeed. Please don't go too far away, because hopefully we'll have time to come back and talk a little bit more. We need to go to the United States of America to see whether you've won our competition or not, as we head over to Amherst, USA, in the heart of Massachusetts, to see the flashlight team with their robotic guide dog. 8 seconds on the clock and counting down. This is the very last performance of the day for CYBATHLON Challenge 2023. Green flag goes down. This is Bill DeMeo, the pilot. I'm not sure whether they've got a name for their robotic guide dog yet in the first of the challenges. And he's going very close to that scooter. And he's hit that scooter. Which means the Hungarians iRider have won the competition here today.
To the second task here.
And Peter and Christoph can begin their celebrations in the first ever vision assistance race. It is the iRider team taking top position. So after a failure in the first of the two challenges, they move the robotic guide dog to challenge 2.
One Mississippi, 2.
So we saw the team having issues here in the first run. So let's see if they could actually fix this little problem and get the system working from there.
Try it again and not try it again.
That's going to be up to you, though.
Oh, one Mississippi, 2.
So there is Bill with his robotic guide dog. And the dog doesn't want to stop when Bill needs it to stop to pick up the plate of soup and the drink at the first table.
Great job. Yeah, you can't give you anything.
No.
We can't give you info, so.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay, let's see Bill now. Without the dog, no contact with the dog, or is he going to clip himself back to the robot?
So we can see that he's still wearing another camera. So, oh, actually, I see 2 cameras. He's wearing 2 cameras on his chest. So they can probably also serve as an additional navigation system, and then hopefully also move him around the dog, because of course if he stumbles into the dog, that would be very unlucky as well. Oh, so we actually see that he has a scale in his pocket to actually measure when the glass is full enough. So that's a very interesting approach, and very different from what we saw in the first team.
Patrick, will it send him an audio signal when he knows he's getting it to the top?
We will see in a second, but I assume that is what's going to happen.
Listen in. Well, the precision of the pouring is absolutely perfect. You can see the white marker on the glass there. That is the least amount of liquid that can be poured into the glass. He's got to swap and take his little audio detector that's helped him fill the glass into the specially adapted holder. You can see there's a fair bit of tech on the body of Bill Mayo, the pilot here.
Yeah, it's definitely a much more complex system than than what iRider had. So he put something under the tray now. We could not exactly see what that is.
He seems to be carrying a fair bit of kit, a lot of equipment. And the time is really against Bill here. Remember, it's 4 minutes. And that blue line right at the bottom of the on-screen graphic is about to hit the end. And there is the second red flag for Bill DeMeo and the flashlight team. Well, I think it's fair to say, Patrick, that these are 2 of the newest additions to the CYBATHLON disciplines and competitions. And we'll see that there's a fair bit of development still to take place. But for Peter and Christoph waiting here in Zurich, they're absolutely delighted. And for Bill DeMeo, congratulations to his team. They put in a lot of time and effort, and some very interesting pieces of new technology to assist the vision of Bill DeMeo. Dog didn't quite see that scooter coming, did he, Patrick?
Yeah, maybe the scooter was too close to it, so it was out of the field of view of the cameras directly, or it was just a failure of the detection system that determines what is ground and walkable area and what is an obstacle.
But this piece of technology had the pouring of the liquid with a little bit of information from an audio perspective to near perfection.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very creative approach, very different from what iRider did, but it worked as well. So it's also very cool to see that you can reach the same goal with multiple solutions.
Ah, son of a gun.
Well, Bill shows his disappointment there. So here's the confirmation of the result, and I can confirm that Peter Suljok and the iRider team have won our first ever vision assistance race. Bill DeMeo and the Flashlight team over in Amherst, Massachusetts, USA in second position, failing to score in the challenges. Gentlemen, I hope you can still hear me, and first and foremost, congratulations in winning our first ever vision assistance race, not only to you, but all of your team as well. What we love about the concept that you have brought to CYBATHLON here, Christoph, is that it seems simple. Am I wrong there? Is it something that's very technical and you've just incorporated it into the smartphone, or is it something that's simple and that is the quest of the iRider team to make it simple so everyone can use it?
Well, to be honest, we haven't started dealing with vision assistance recently. So this was a long time goal, which I actually got the inspiration for from my PhD advisor, Professor Tomáš Roška at the time. And then ever since we were trying to think about simple technology that could assist visually impaired people. And now this race is a wonderful competition to do a live test to all this technology that we are working on.
And Christoph, I have a question for Peter. Peter, how important is it to you to win your very first competition experience at CYBATHLON? And will we see you in October 2024, probably even quicker and better than you were today?
Mennyire fontos.
Igen, hogy ez mennyire fontos neked, és hogy visszajössz a jövőre.
Természetesen vissza. Fontos, sok eleme átemelhető mindennapokban, hogy kikerül a labortechnológiák közül.
Yeah, he says this is an important achievement for him, and his main point again is that how much of this technology can be used in everyday life. That is how it could help all the visually impaired people and the community.
Gentlemen, the iRider team, to both Christoph and Peter, congratulations. It went so horribly wrong on Heat 1. It was so superb in Heat 2. You really have given us a fabulous story to end the day here today. Congratulations to all of you. We are so glad that you've come here, and I can't wait to see you in October 2024. Show the rest of the world how beautiful this piece of technology is. Thank you and well done.
Yeah, thank you, and we really hope to get much faster and even more precise.
Well, all smiles, everybody very happy. Let's just go over to the United States of America and Bill DeMeo and the rest of his team. They've done a great job, Patrick. We've seen some new inspirational ideas from the American. It didn't quite go the way they'd hoped for in the race environment itself, but very different to the Hungarian concept, and something that I think the development of will be fascinating to follow. I hope they can get it all together by October of next year.
Exactly, and I mean, this is also kind of part of the CYBATHLON to bring up different solutions to the same problem, which then sparks more innovation to actually bring a meaningful system for everyday life applications for blind people. And I think both teams have done a great demonstration that the technology is there. It might not be perfect yet, but it was a great proof of the concept. And I think they will both improve drastically up to CYBATHLON in October 2024. So it's going to be very exciting to see the improvement and the evolution of those technologies until the next year.
And of course, the Hungarian concept would make a difference very, very quickly. I think it'll take a long time to swap a normal guide dog for a robotic guide dog, for example, but something that can be easily installed into a blind person's mobile phone and give them that much more confidence with obstacles, that much more confidence serving dinner at home is quite spectacular. Would you agree?
I would totally agree, and also it makes it much easier for a blind person to actually maintain the system. You don't have to do any maintenance on your smartphone except of charging it every day. With the other system where you have multiple cameras, you already saw that there's a lot of cables going in between the different devices. You have a central compute unit, so there are much more plugs that could get unplugged. It will probably consume more battery, so you need to charge it more often. It's harder to carry it around. Like imagine you're going to public transportation. The robot assistance dog has to go somewhere. The phone, you can simply store it in your pocket.
Well, that brings us to the end of what has been a truly spectacular day. We've started with a fantastic competition. We've ended up seeing a piece of technology that could change hundreds of thousands of people's lives just by adding it to their mobile phones. That is CYBATHLON. And the major event will be in October 2024, when teams from all over the world will be competing for gold, silver and bronze. It has been a spectacular day here in Zurich. On behalf of all of the team, I would like to say many thanks for your company, and it's goodbye for now.